Grim bloke. Yeah. And then, yeah, bruv. Yeah. You bruv. In it. Grim bloke. Let me tell you about this one time. I went through a porthole and snuck into the North Pole and got picked up in a Hyperborean DeLorean. They said they knew I was a Webster Merriam historian, master the numerical Gregorian, the hysterical mystic, no more than a Pythagorean. Conspiracy theory Therium in the etheric fear realm. I thought they were gonna take me to the crematorium in their Hyperborean DeLorean. Tested me on my Sumerian, Shakespearean. Knew I was a numerical vegetarian, Aquarian. That I knew about the Tartarians, barbarians, Mars radium, aliens. Salt of the earth, solution, Selenian. Spent the night in a Hyperborean chamber.
Welcome back, ballers. Mic check.
Hyperborean memoriam, auditorium, all cause I got picked up in the Hyperborean DeLorean. Introducing
Thank you, Maggie. Thanks, Coffee.
All love. Jack Ruff. Yeah. Invisible diamond minerals, crystalline and swimming pools, interdimensional realms of scrapping Catherine, Bahamas, Azores, Atlantis shores, mountains, temples, marble floors, seafloors, treasure and cities lost. Yeah, bruv, in it. Oh, sphinxes, pyramids and minotaurs, fruit grown in grove, luxuriant. In it. Inhabitants intelligent, closest seen to perfection. The whole experience, heaven to them, polar aurora, horizon beyond them. Flattened sky, lake of fire, core and flora, but bright comets, tornadoes, turbulence, not prohibition, more. Not forbidden, thought expansive, places massive. In it. Yeah, bruv. In it. Oh. Just hanging around. Yeah. Telling stories in the Hyperborean DeLorean. Grim bloke. Jack bruv. In it. Just hanging out around. Oh, Jack bruv. Boy, bro. 88892. If you didn't know, now you're forever exploring it interdimensional. Historian, moratorium. Just hanging around telling stories in the Hyperborean DeLorean. Just hanging around. Jack bruv. Grim bloke. 8892. If you didn't know, forever exploring the interdimensional primordial. Historian, moratorium. Just hanging around telling stories in the Hyperborean DeLorean.
Welcome back, ballers, to another episode of Eye to Eye with AJ, Rambo, and Cody, episode 39. Mighty Tager says, Rambo, how you doing, brother? Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Mighty Tiger. Thanks for the shout out. I can hear you.
Tiger. Yeah, Tiger. AI.
Tiger.
Got it. Yeah.
Maybe Tiger or Tiger. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So mic check. Shout out to Coffee. in the chat. Give me that thumbs up. Sounds like we're good to go. We'll dive right into it. My name is AJ, also known as Balll Don't Lie. 3 L's in Ball. You guys can find my work on YouTube and Instagram. Really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Let's pass things off to Cody. Cody, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome.
And,
yeah, let the folks know where they can find you and support you.
Thank you again, AJ, for setting this up, and thank you, Rambo, for being here and sharing your great info, and can't wait to get into the stream as usual. And everyone in the chat, thank you for being here as well. You guys can find me at Decoding with Cody on YouTube, which is on the screen there, and then buymeacoffee.com /decoding with Cody is also the support link for my Buy Me a Coffee. And yeah, that's how you can find me. Look forward to the stream.
Yeah, shout out to Marty. Wow, I didn't even catch that. This is episode 39, technically 40, but on paper it's episode 39. Michael equals 39. Happy birthday, Michael Jordan. Rambo, please let the audience know where they can find you and support you, my friend.
No, well, thanks again for promoting my work, my channel. Patreon.com/The Truth Codes, 1 tier, $5 a month, with access to the Codebreaker community Discord server with a lot of very brilliant, even scholarly patrons, codebreakers who I deeply appreciate. And I'm also on Instagram.com/The Truth Codes. Very often I'll do a decode on Instagram, which is a short attention span platform. And I'll do the same decode, but on Patreon, but much longer. So yeah, that's where I can be found. And thanks again, AJ. Thanks again, Cody, for being here every week and sharing your platform and your knowledge.
Always a pleasure to have you, Rambo. It's a true blessing to be able to bounce ideas off of you. And we had a lot we talked about offline, so I'm excited to jump into it. But MVP 23, I know we talked about getting him on a little bit later into the show. So MVP, we're happy to have you back, brother. We'll bring you in just a little bit. I'll make sure to get that StreamYard link out into the chat shortly. And hello, Casey Jones. Good to see you. Let's dive right into it. Let's get started. So as you guys know, I mean, for those that have been following us for a while now, we've been talking about quite a few things, but I think something that always seems to rise to the surface is the movie The Skulls, Donnie Darko. Those are kind of the main two that always come to mind for me. And even though we're about 2 weeks past from this now, I decided to take a deeper dive into this clip that went viral in this community a few weeks ago, back on February 6th, 2026, 2 days before the Super Bowl, where Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback Heisman Trophy winner who led the Indiana Hoosiers to an undefeated season in the college football championship, he showed up on the Pat McAfee show. And it's about a 30-minute bit, but about halfway through, he makes a joke about how he was a 2-star recruit out of Yale University, and he was taking public speaking courses, and he was also networking to try to get into Skull and Bones. And of course, he plays it off like as if it's a big joke. And as this whole community knows, there's a lot that goes behind these types of rituals, and I just wanted to share with you guys some of my findings. So Fernando Mendoza is expected to be the #1 draft pick this year, and day one of the NFL draft weekend starts on Thursday, April 23rd. Well, that's interesting because from the date of this episode, when he said he wanted to be in Skull and Bones as a joke, was exactly 76 days apart from the upcoming NFL draft, and Skull and Bones equals 76, right? In the reverse reduction cipher. If you add the end date, you could also say that it's a span of 77 days, just like his name, Fernando, just like Secret Society in the same cipher as Skull and Bones equaling 76, Secret Society equaling 77, right? Now, I went a step deeper and took a look back at the birthday and the death date of the founder of Skull and Bones, William Huntington Russell, who was born on August 12th, 1809. Now, when we measure from the date of this episode, once again, February 6th of this year, to William Russell's upcoming birthday, it's exactly 187 days, just like Brotherhood of Death, which is another name for Skull and Bones. And when you measure it backwards, back to William Russell's death date, you get 263 days, just like Skull and Crossbones in the reverse ordinal cipher. I thought that was quite interesting, especially since the the Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 pick in this year's draft. They're one of only 2 teams in the NFL that have this skull and crossbones type symbolism in their logo. The only other one being the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not too far away from Miami, right? Who Fernando Mendoza just beat in the college championship. Pretty sure he's also from Miami. But one step further, look at this, you guys. Fernando Mendoza, he was born on October 1st, 10/1/101, the 26th prime, kind of like how he had this whole stint on the Pat McAfee show on the date written 2/6 in the year 26. I thought that was interesting. But assuming that he does get drafted by the I said it again, the Las Vegas Raiders with the skull and bones symbolism in their logo, take a look at Las Vegas's founding date, May 15th, right? So measuring from Fernando Mendoza's birthday up to the founding date of Las Vegas, you have exactly 32 weeks and 2 days, like the number 322, the number associated with Skull and Bones. Not only that, focused on the number 15, right? He wore number 15 at Indiana. And of course, there's going to be these mock photos of Fernando wearing number 15 for the Raiders with the skull and bones symbolism. But for a little further education on the Skull and Bones Society, they admit 15 members every year. And it's for juniors, right? So if you're a junior at Yale and you get selected to be a member of Skull and Bones, you are a part of a 15-member class as a junior entering into your senior season. To me, that stood out because of the 15s, right? Vegas founded on the 15th day of the month. But Fernando Mendoza was also a redshirt junior quarterback for the Hoosiers this year. And shout out to you, Rambo, for the clarification on this one. Just notice, you guys, how in the reverse reduction cipher, Skull and Bones Society equals 115, just like Fernando Gabriel Mendoza, his full name. He is technically the 5th. So if you just take the V out of it, has perfect alignment with Skull and Bones Society. And on top of that, Las Vegas sits on the 115th meridian west. As I wrap up my presentation here, just notice the overlap, you guys. I thought this was pretty interesting. Football and Bonesmen share perfect overlap, grand slam match, as Rambo would like to say, among the base ciphers of Gematria. But if you add in Las Vegas, Nevada, very, very similar overlap as well. And in closing, to kind of hand things off to you, Rambo and Cody, let's not forget about what we've talked about with Donnie Darko. Right, we were talking about Donnie Darko way before the Super Bowl and way before they even announced that Bad Bunny was going to be performing in the Super Bowl halftime show. And of course, Frank the Bunny Rabbit is a Bad Bunny in the movie Donnie Darko. And we even did a whole bit. I would have to go back and figure out what episode it was, but we even talked about James Duvall, the actor who plays Frank Anderson, aka Frank the Bunny Rabbit, in Donnie Darko. And sure enough, just this past week, right after the Super Bowl, we have the death of James Vanderbeek, followed up by Robert Duvall. James Duvall. So that concludes my presentation, you guys. What else you guys got? Beeler.
Oh no, yeah, that was a good presentation. We talked about it before the show, but yeah, I'd say about Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones. It's amazing how it's such an intrinsic part of, you could say, the web of the Matrix. And another thing noteworthy about the Las Vegas Raiders is their co-owner Tom Brady, and I have a feeling that success will come pretty soon to the Raiders because Tom Brady is the new co-owner. Tom Brady also owns a international football soccer team in England, and it's Birmingham City. And in world football, you have promotion and relegation. It's not like American sports. You have divisions. When you finish at the bottom of the top league, you get relegated to a lower league. That's how world football is. There are high stakes to finishing last. Unlike the American system, it's just a set number of teams. And if you finish last, you get a better draft pick. In the NFL, you get a weaker schedule. You don't get rewarded. It's the opposite in soccer. It's survival of the fittest. Tom Brady bought Birmingham City when they were in the third tier of English football. They've already been promoted to the second tier. This is what happens when Tom, I don't think it's organic. I don't believe it. That he's such a great, he doesn't know anything about soccer. How are they so good just because he owns them? They've been promoted from the third tier to the second tier. And if not this season, most likely next season. I think within the next 2 years, Birmingham City will be in the Premier League when they were in the third tier when he bought them. So I think it's noteworthy that Tom Brady is the co-owner of the Raiders. I think that's something to take note of.
I think especially with what I mentioned very quickly in my presentation, that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are essentially the only other team in the NFL that share this same crossbones symbolism, right?
Yeah.
And that was the last team he played for when he won his last championship. So
yeah, so wherever he goes, so he left the New England Patriots. He's at the end of his career. As far as sheer athleticism, everybody who knows football knows that Tom Brady doesn't really have a whole lot of athleticism. He's just not. He has an arm. That's about it. But it was illegal to tackle him, basically. But he goes to Tampa Bay. They won 2 Super Bowls with Brady.
No, I thought it was just one. I thought it was just one.
Okay. Well, they win one, yeah. But all of a sudden, the Buccaneers win. He buys Birmingham City, part owner. They're starting to just rise up the ranks in English football. Wherever Brady goes, they've decided he's this magic man.
Well, and Brady's also from Northern California, right, where the Raiders originally played from. And shout out to Mr. S. Brady found fame beating the Raiders in the tuck rule game.
Yeah.
And he finished as a Buck. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. S. That's a good one.
Though another thing I want to mention about Fernando Mendoza's birthday, October 1st. October 1st is the day of the Las Vegas shooting.
Oh, that's right.
The Route 91 Harvard shooting is October 1st. So then they sign a quarterback whose birthday is October 1st. That's an infamous date in Las Vegas history and American history. Is that a coincidence?
I can't believe I overlooked that. Yeah, 2017. I remember that day.
Yeah, October 1st.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's his infamous birthday, and he ends up there. That's not a coincidence.
And some quarterbacks are called gunslingers, aren't they?
Yeah. I don't know if Mendoza would be considered that, but yeah, gunslinger. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great observation, Rambo. Wow, I totally forgot about the Vegas shooting. Yeah.
Yeah, and on that day of the Las Vegas shooting, October 1st, 2017, O.J. Simpson was released from prison on that very same day. And this also ties into the Sacred Star Sirius, and shout out Bobby Simpson, who's in the chat. He informed us that the number 101 represents the twin pillars and the star Sirius. So the ones in 101 are the twin pillars. And the
101 in the chat right now.
what is that?
Hi.
Oh,
You
they're
got
101.
Yeah,
As soon as you started saying that, the chat went to 101.
Yeah. I've been noticing a lot of that synchronicity, even just from afar. It's been happening a lot, like more than like a daily thing now, that kind of synchronicity. But nonetheless, thanks to Bobby Simpson, the number 101 represents the star Sirius. So Sirius is the number 0, and the number 1s are the twin pillars. In the sidereal zodiac, so this is sidereal zodiac, which is more in line with the science of astronomy, which is not the same as the tropical zodiac, which is the 12 signs that most people are familiar with, the Western zodiac. That actually divides the signs into 12 equal sized constellations, but that's not how the constellations are. Some are bigger, some are smaller. In the sidereal, they also use 13 signs, but in the sidereal zodiac, yes, Michael Jordan was born with 101, date numerology. But in the sidereal zodiac, the star Sirius is in Gemini, which is the twins, and that's what the 101 is. So the 101 would be the twins of Gemini are the ones, the twins, and the 0 is the blazing star, the starburst of Sirius. That's what the 0 is. So 101 is very related to Sirius. And also in Gematria, Sirius comes to 32. I believe that's the reverse Pythagorean. That was O.J. Simpson's number, and O.J. Simpson was born. He's a Cancer. In the tropical zodiac, Sirius is in Cancer. And they use both, sidereal and zodiac. So yeah, so 101, think of 101 Dalmatians, Sirius the dog star. But this birthday, October 1st, of Fernando Mendoza is loaded with symbolism. And we can see how athletes and other people, politicians, other noteworthy people, they're put in certain positions because of their birthdays, among other things.
Yeah, because we've talked about how even just the Welcome to Las Vegas sign has the Sirius star on the top of it, right? And like you were talking about the difference between soccer and American football. I mean, the Raiders are technically an underdog. I mean, they've been an underdog for decades now at this point, right? So it's just like that double layer where even though they have had number 1 quarterback picks in the past, they're always kind of a dog team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Well, but moving on. I mean, hey, Rambo, I know you got a lot of great stuff for us tonight. So let's dive into that. I mean, obviously we got Michael Jordan's 63rd birthday today. Big day. Also the death date of Jesse Jackson. So a lot to touch on there. Let me pass the screen off to you, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. So one thing I told you before we came on the air, Michael Jordan's birthday will not pass without a hitch. And I know Kobe Bryant is very central to a lot of, you can say, esoteric coding to the events that happen in sports and the wider world. But Michael Jordan he's close to the center of the web. Like, his importance cannot be understated. It transcends sports. And I have an example here of something I noticed, which I've brought up in several decodes. Never realized that it tied back to Michael Jordan, which I realize now. Now I'm showing here a picture of Michael Jordan, taken from this past Sunday, 2 days ago, where he's lifting the Daytona 500 racing trophy. But before that, I'd like to shout out a patron. I've been meaning to shout him out. He's been kind of getting on me a little bit. I promised I would mention him. So Jake Goodspeed Hunter. Almost forgot again. I forgot last week. Thank God I didn't forget again, because then I have to go back and apologize twice. So so really quick, off topic, Jake Goodspeed Hunter. He's a good patron. So he revealed one of these. Well, he didn't. Well, you know, he brought to my attention one of the Epstein emails, and this is an email from. It's from somebody named Mark Fisher, but it's to Jeffrey Epstein. This is an unofficial. It's from 2010. Now, one thing about Jeffrey Epstein, so what he has bragged about is the fact that he's a Kabbalah expert, and that because he's Jewish, and his his own niece says he's not really Jewish, but he says he's Jewish. He says he's at another level of Kabbalah, which is above what they teach in Freemasonry. This is according to Jeffrey Epstein's braggings himself. Now, what he does, and because he's Jewish, it's another level of Kabbalah that I guess the Gentiles, and he didn't use a polite term for Gentile, which they learn, and I guess he's referring to Freemasonry, and he gave Madonna as an example, how that's some lower level Kabbalah. Well, for a Kabbalah expert, in 2010, it looks like Jeffrey Epstein had never heard of Gematria, which kind of belies the braggings that he was saying. And so Jake, he shared this with me. So this is what so Mark Fisher is explaining Gematria to Jeffrey Epstein, which is ironic that he claims to be a Kabbalah, like at a higher level Kabbalist. It says, this is Mark Fisher explained to Jeffrey Epstein, the Hebrew alphabet is a cipher of numbers. The entire Torah is a long equation and or series of equations and relational mathematical phrases. See the wiki link below for an introduction. So Jeffrey Epstein needs to go to Wikipedia to find out what Gematria is. And it says, I think that you would find this to be pretty interesting. And another thing of note, Jeffrey Epstein was a math teacher. So mathematics is his thing. And he brags that Kabbalah is his thing, like upper level, and he didn't know what Gematria was, had to be sent a link, a Wikipedia link, to find out what Gematria was. So I just, thanks, Jake, for sharing that. Yeah, it tells you about more about Jeffrey Epstein. And
Pope Leo also majored in mathematics at Villanova. So for the record. What were you going to say, Coates?
I was just going to say Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah.
This Jeffrey thing seems to be a common theme, and yeah, I think Rambo has another Jeffrey to share. I don't know if you're going to share that with what you shared earlier in the chat, but
I shared that on Discord with Michael Jordan winning at NASCAR. This is his first NASCAR win. See how these people just win all the time? Tom Brady, after their careers are over, they suddenly magically produce these wins. Wherever Tom Brady goes, suddenly they win. He goes to England, English soccer, they win. His team starts rising up the charts. Michael Jordan goes in NASCAR, he wins. Is this all organic? I mean, they're chosen to win in this material plane. I'm not judging anyone. I sincerely hope they are winning on the spiritual plane too. I do hope they're winning there too. I hope that for everybody. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean that honestly. But the other Jordan, because he just won NASCAR, is the Hall of Fame race car driver, Jeff Gordon. His name is Jeffrey Michael Gordon. That's Jeff Gordon. Michael Jordan is Michael Jeffrey Jordan. So you see how the names are similar? Well, that's what the KODI was referring to. But so speaking of the importance of Michael Jordan, and I said it transcends sports. Just speaking objectively, the term GOAT, which is the greatest of all time, it refers to multiple athletes in multiple sports. And you can say the greatest of all time in many sports. The most popular sport in the world is football, soccer. And there are several GOATs there. Pele of Brazil, Diego Maradona of Argentina, Lionel Messi, currently, who's still playing, is considered the GOAT. Cristiano Ronaldo should be more in the conversation. He doesn't get his due for whatever reason. But Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal should be in the GOAT. So Cristiano Ronaldo would be Kobe Bryant, while Lionel Messi would be Michael Jordan. And that's not a 100% accurate comparison, but to give you the idea. But nonetheless, I would say objectively speaking, Michael Jordan is the GOAT of all sports. And he's known worldwide. Of all American sports, basketball is the most popular outside of the United States, around the world. The NFL is not that popular worldwide. Baseball is not. I mean, there's some regions where they are. Basketball is popular everywhere. The NBA is the most popular American sport. That's part of the reason. Michael Jordan he transcends sport. He's the GOAT. When you think of GOAT, just think of a GOAT in sports. It's Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is not a GOAT. He's the GOAT. That's not being a Jordan fan. Back in the day, I was a diehard Knicks fan. I used to hate the guy because he kept beating the Knicks. and I thought it was always rigged. But I mean, I'm not diehard sports anymore, thank God. But yeah, so I'm just saying I'm not a Michael Jordan. I'm just being objective. He's the GOAT, and his birthday, very significant, is February 17th. And he was born February 17th, 1963. I'll talk about the significance of that, having to do with the sacred star Sirius, which is very sacred, going back to ancient Egypt and before, but primarily ancient Egypt. And Freemasonry, Western, a Western secret society, has adopted a lot of multiple mystery traditions, especially those of ancient Egypt. So Sirius is highly venerated in Freemasonry as well. And so Michael Jordan, when he was born, the star Sirius was rising on the eastern horizon, and that's why that's considered a really major sign that somebody is special in some way. And he's not the only one, but they've picked him, I guess, for other reasons as well, because of where Sirius was when he was born. It was rising, it was ascending, like he's ascending, he's being born alongside Sirius. So that's why he's so associated with that. So last year, on Michael Jordan's birthday, it was February 17th, 2025, a Delta airline jet flipped upside down in Toronto's Pearson International Airport on Michael Jordan's birthday. That was on runway 23. Michael Jordan has made the number 23 famous. That was his jersey number for most of his career. He did retire, come back, wear 45 for a while before switching back to 23. But it's 23 and 45, but 23 is the number of Michael Jordan. The Chicago Bulls had retired 23. When he came back, he wore 45 because it was retired, ironically, by him. So initially he couldn't wear 23 because the Bulls had retired it. They had to unretire the number so he could wear it again. But 23 is a famous number of Michael Jordan. The plane flipped upside down on runway 23. What a coincidence, of Pearson International Airport in Toronto, Canada, on Michael Jordan's birthday last year. Now, I had already pointed to Michael Jordan's birthday that year because at the Super Bowl, the winning quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts, he debuted Air Jordan 1 football cleats in Chicago Bulls colors, red and black, even though the Eagles were green and white. That's the degree of veneration they had for Michael Jordan. Like, even if it clashes with the Philadelphia Eagles uniform, we're going to honor Michael Jordan here. And in gematria, Jordan has a value of 62. And last year, 2025, Michael Jordan turned 62. And 62 total points were scored in that Super Bowl where Air Jordan 1s were highlighted by the winning quarterback. 62 points were scored. The Eagles won 40-22 over the Chiefs. So that pointed, and this is shortly before Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday, when Jordan equals 62. So I said in my decodes, Michael Jordan's next birthday at the time, which would have been his 2025 birthday, was going to be significant. I didn't know, I wasn't predicting anything specific. I just thought, well, look, they actually go as far as to score 62 points in the Super Bowl ahead of his 62nd birthday while highlighting Air Jordan cleats. His next birthday will be significant. I didn't know what it was, but it ended up being that plane flipping upside down on runway 23. So that's why I say Michael Jordan's birthday will not go off without a hitch. So that was last year. So
could I just say one thing about the number 23 and the number 45, just from like a numerical alignment perspective?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Michael Jordan wore 3 numbers in his career.
Yeah.
Right. 23 and 45 in the NBA, and he wore number 9 for the Olympic team. And all 3 of those numbers have perfect connection to each other because 23 is the 9th prime number. And 45 is the 9th triangular, right? So you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 9, you get 45. 23 is the 9th prime. And of course, he wore number 9 for the USA. So I just wanted to throw that in there. And I mean, every number has its own significance, but I just want to point out that like all three of those numbers are very, very tied to the number 9.
Yeah, thanks for adding that. Great addition. So going to next year, 2027, Michael Jordan's birthday will be the 4th day. It won't be the start, but it will be the 4th day of the Chinese year of the GOAT. And who is the GOAT? Michael Jordan is the GOAT. You can talk about other GOATs. Michael Jordan is the GOAT of sports. He's the GOAT. And the 2027 is the Chinese year of the GOAT. Michael Jordan's birthday will be on the 4th day of the year of the GOAT. He's not going away. Now, of course, we'll come to this year, but I'll get to that later in the decode. So this year we have the biggest event in world sports. That is the FIFA World Cup of soccer. It's every 4 years, and it is by far, in popularity, it dwarfs the Super Bowl. I think they did a stat. They looked at the Super Bowl audience. I think it was 120 million in the United States. I think worldwide, I don't think it was 200 million. It's less than 200 million worldwide. On the same day as the Super Bowl this year, in the English Premier League, Liverpool played Manchester City. The worldwide audience was close to 800 million.
Holy smokes.
Yes, it was 700 and something million watched on the same day as the Super Bowl. Before the Super Bowl, Liverpool play Manchester City. It's under 800 million. Just to give you an idea of how popular. Now, the World Cup is even more popular. Just to give you an idea. And so you can understand on a ritual basis why sports is so important to them, why they manage who makes it in the sport, what number they wear, what birthday they have, what bloodline they come from. Not just anyone makes it. Robert Monroe came up with the concept of loosh. Loosh is psychic or spiritual energy that you can say some beings that clearly have some influence on those who have power in the world feed off of. I mean, you can speculate what those beings are if you accept his theory, but he calls it loosh. It's psychic, emotional, spiritual energy that humans give off, which is used for the benefit of people who are essentially trying to mold the world, the matrix, according to their will. They feed off of humans. It's in the matrix, right? Humans are basically batteries. And this is, so imagine, you get an idea of the kind of energy you're getting from sports. So even though I know a lot of people don't really like sports, understandably, this is why we keep bringing up sports, because of the importance it has. There's nothing else that can concentrate human energy the way sports does, and especially the World Cup. Now, the way Michael Jordan ties in here is the next World Cup is the 23rd, and it will be hosted by the United States. Canada and Mexico will co-host, but the United States will do the bulk of the hosting. And they made sure Donald Trump would be president at the time. It's the 2026 World Cup, which will start in June. It's an expanded World Cup. They keep expanding these things because they want more loosh, I guess, and money, which money is part of loosh, because where do people get money? From their jobs. They put their life force into doing something. They get money in return. When they pay for something, they're kind of giving over they're not kind of, they're giving over part of their life force, because that's the energy by which they were able to attain money. So even when you're collecting money, you're still collecting energy from people's life force. This World Cup, according to FIFA, this is another amazing stat. According to FIFA itself, there's no independent verification, but FIFA says that the request list, the waiting list for World Cup tickets is 500 million. Yeah.
The waiting list.
Yeah, they're 500 million ticket requests. And they've jacked the ticket prices up to just insane levels. But that's what they do. They feed off your life force. If people want to participate in that, well, so be it. Nonetheless, it's the 23rd World Cup. That's Michael Jordan's number. In fact, they don't do this for every World Cup, but the number 26 is on the official logo for the World Cup. They don't. It's not like, so the last World Cup was the 2022 World Cup. There was no 22 on the official logo. They don't always do this, but they've done this year. They've highlighted the number 26 on the official logo. Well, Jordan is also 26. Again, this is the 23rd World Cup. He wore 23. And so there's an incident I brought up earlier. I don't have a graphic for this, but I have brought this up in previous decodes. Last year, the governing body of FIFA, so the governing body of World Soccer had its annual general meeting. All the delegations from the world were there. They had it in Paraguay. We've talked about him. The president of FIFA, his name is Gianni Infantino. We've talked about him, how he looks like Elmer Fudd. And I don't think it's a coincidence. Part of, think of Space Jam, Michael Jordan, how he interacted with Elmer Fudd. Gianni Infantino, we've talked about it. We've shown pictures. He looks like Elmer Fudd. Well, Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, at the annual general meeting with all the delegations there present, showed up 2 hours and 17 minutes late. That's unheard of. And he's Swiss. Swiss are known for their punctuality and time and professionalism. Swiss have that reputation. The reason he was late because he was following Donald Trump like a lapdog around the Middle East. And he showed up at the annual general meeting 2 hours, 17 minutes late, that's very precise. That's not a random number. That's Michael Jordan's birthday. That's 2/17, February 17th. This is ahead of the 23rd World Cup. And I think the GOAT will be a highlight. The GOAT. Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo is still playing at 41 for Portugal. Lionel Messi is still playing for Argentina at 39. This will be their last dance. And
it's funny you say that because there was that whole Michael Jordan, The Last Dance. Hopefully I didn't steal an alley-oop from you, but
no, that's why I said it, actually. Just to show how
I did it again.
No, that's fine. Let me show you on top of it. That just to show you how the shadow of Michael Jordan is cast over so many things, including the 23rd World Cup. It's the last dance for the two GOATs of soccer, Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who does not get his due. He doesn't get his due. He's much more in the GOAT category than they're just giving it to Messi, but Ronaldo he's up there. I think it should be a tie. He's not treated fairly. And there's a chance they could meet each other, which I just don't see them missing up that chance of them meeting each other. Ronaldo versus Messi. I think Ronaldo will win. I think they want to give him a bit of his due. At least in that game anyway. That's just my guess. But so this past Sunday, Michael Jordan owns a NASCAR team. It's called 2311 Racing, but 11 is in Roman numerals. So it's called 2311. This 23XI, which that does tie into Miley Cyrus. That's Miley Cyrus's birthday, the 23rd of November, and Miley Cyrus did a video where she was wearing Michael Jordan outfit. The song was called 23, but that's actually Miley Cyrus's birthday, and the name Cyrus is very related. Cyrus the Great, who rebuilt the temple. But Miley
Sirius.
Yeah, Sirius. Cyrus sounds like Sirius. There's a lot of that, not to branch off, but because this actually is Miley Cyrus, and she is directly connected to Michael Jordan. You know how Miley Cyrus likes to stick her tongue out? Just like Michael Jordan likes to stick his tongue out. They say he was imitating his father because that was a mannerism his father had, and he used to watch his dad growing up. He started imitating his father's mannerism with sticking the tongue out. Well, Miley Cyrus also does that. Like, is that all a coincidence? And now his racing team actually has Miley Cyrus's birthday. What does XI have to do with Michael Jordan? I mean, that's a weird one. Why is it 2311? Like, well, how is Michael Jordan connected to 11? They don't tell you that. We understand 23, but you see how it's all connected? So a co-owner of Michael Jordan's 2311 is Denny Hamlin. It says your co-owns operates 2311. I just found it interesting. Denny Hamlin's wife, her name is Jordan Fish. The names are interesting. Hamlin and Jordan Fish have 2 daughters and a son together. So the co-owner of Jordan's racing team, his wife is Jordan Fish. Remember how Michael Jordan went to North Carolina, University of North Carolina? The head coach of the University of North Carolina is now Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots fame. And Bill Belichick his famous or infamous girlfriend is Jordan Hudson. So yeah, all these Jordan connections. And they're all connected to North Carolina. Michael Jordan.
And you opened up your part of the presentation talking about Mark Fisher's email.
Yeah, Mark
Jeffrey,
Fisher.
Jeffrey Epstein. So there's another Fish connection there.
Yeah. And so Michael Jordan, I mentioned why Michael Jordan is quoted with the star Sirius, because of where the star Sirius was when he was born. It was rising on the horizon. That is why the Chicago Bulls, starting with the Michael Jordan era, chose to use the song Sirius, which is an instrumental by the Alan Parsons Project, as their anthem, as the team anthem. The song was titled Sirius, but that was a reference to Michael Jordan because of when he was born. And in Gematria, Sirius, this is in the reverse simple cipher, has a value of 67. Water is also 67. You know how 6-7 now is a big thing for multiple reasons. I mean, KODI was very on point when he said reset equals 67. That's a big one. I say a big one has to do with whole Lucifer, fallen angels theme that they're doing now, and Paradise Lost, which is a very important work for the occult elite. Very important. Paradise Lost was published in 1667, but Water is 67 as well. Jordan River, Jordan Fish, and Sirius is 67. And Sirius is related to water as well, because when Sirius reappeared at the heliacal rising of Sirius, the Nile River would flood, and that would start the new year in ancient Egypt. There was a time when the star Sirius rose in the last week of July, but now it's ceremonially heliacal rising of Sirius is acknowledged on the 23rd of July by Freemasonry, even though the actual heliacal rising of Sirius, and it depends what country you're in, is the first week of August. That's when it actually happens, but ceremonially it's 23rd July. And that's because the new year used to start in ancient Egypt at the heliacal rising. So 237 is the start of a new cycle. Pi, 22 divided by 7, measures circles and cycles. So 227, because it's the pi number, indicates the completion of a cycle. That's why 22nd July becomes symbolic of the completion of a cycle, and 23rd July is the beginning of the cycle, the new year. That's one of the reasons. And that's the date on which Michael Jordan's father is reported to have died. So a lot of deep stuff here going, especially with Sirius 67. Now, there are 4 cars for 2311 Racing. He owns 4 cars. One is number 23, understandable, driven by Bubba Wallace. One is number 35. I have an idea of why they chose 35. Maybe it might be a stretch. Who knows if it's the reason, but I have a theory of why 35 might have been chosen. 45, you just talked about Michael Jordan wearing 45. Driven by Tyler Reddick. This is the car that won the Daytona this past Sunday. It was number 45, driven by Tyler Reddick. And what number is the 4th car? 67. Why? This is why. Because of Gematria. Because Sirius comes to 67 in the reverse simple cipher. It is Gematria explains why this is.
What is your theory about the 35? For me, I just think Chicago equals 35.
No, that's a good one too, and that could be it too. But I'll get to why I think your theory of Chicago is stronger than mine. But I'll come to why mine is. So
can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Did you guys know that 35 is the 23rd composite number?
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I think that's why.
I right? I equals 35.
Right. Yeah. And I am in Gematria equals 23. So this is going back to the IM. It all goes back to the IM. That's the IM and just basic simple English gematria equals 23. And wait till you guys see the decode. Rambo is setting the stage. What I'm going to share here. Also, as you've been talking, Rambo, like I was already working on this earlier, but wait till you see how old Michael Jordan is today. And did you guys know how old he is today?
Well, not in days, but
I thought it was
He's
just interesting.
2311 days old.
2311. Wow.
Oh, days. Oh, wow.
Nice. For me, all I caught was just that, he turned 63 today and he was born in the year 63.
Yeah, but 63 years is 23,011 days old.
Amazing.
I mean, does anyone even need to go any farther? Like, look at his team just won his first race, and that's his age today on this horse year. And horsepower, think about it. Horsepower. The red horse is Mars. The guy who won is Red Dick, like Mars, masculine action, horsepower. This year's going to be all about action. That's why his logo is red. It's why Michael Jordan wore red. It's why the winner of the race is Red Dick. And notice that Reddick was born on 11th day of the year. So his guy who won his race for him is born on the 11th day of the year, just like his name of his company is 2311. And I believe that 2311 is 911 because 23 is the 9th prime. So 911. Also, 45 is the 9th. 45 is the 9th.
Triangle.
What am I looking for? My mind is blank. The 9th triangular number. So Reddick, number 9, wins, and he's born on the 11th day of the month. So again, 45, the 9th prime, born on the 11th. So he's a 9/11 ritual. Reddick winning, right? So yeah, I'll get back once you're finished. I'll add more, but
MVP was kind of getting ahead of me on that one. Yeah. Well, if you want to talk about red dicks and dogs, when dogs are torqued, I'll just leave it there.
That definitely is part of it. That is done consciously because Mars, the glyph for Mars is the symbol for male. It's the circle with the arrow, and it's a red planet, and it symbolizes action. It's not just war, which is everything is positive and negative. Mars, the positive of Mars, it's the sacred masculine symbol. It's about action. So you want
today
balance.
Is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, by the way. Can't forget that.
On a Tuesday, yeah.
So his birthday this year is on a Tuesday. His driver, Red Planet, Dick, masculine, wins. It's all a Mars theme. It's all a war Mars theme. And I think that's also why the Seahawks won with the red-haired quarterback, Sam Darnold, whose grandfather was famous for playing Dick Hammer. So again, just another masculine.
You got AJ
every time. Gets me every time, man.
No, but they do. They absolutely do include that as part of. I think the red dick is on point. It's absolutely on point. Also, so every zodiac sign has you could say a motto. There's an official motto. It's I followed by. I haven't memorized all of them. I know Gemini is I think. Aquarius is I know. I don't know all of them, but I am is Aries, which I guess Aries is the first sign of the cycle. But Aries, I guess they get I think that's the strongest one. Aries is I am, and Aries is ruled by Mars. That's action. So that's related as well. So this is the car number 67 of Jordan's 2311 racing team. This is not the car that won. All 4 of these cars were in Sunday's Daytona 500. It was car number 45 that won, but this one's it's very relevant. It's driven by Corey Haim, and I've seen this car before, which I've actually bought it. I had no idea it was related to Michael Jordan. On October 28th, 2025, Donald Trump visited Japan, and he had a deal with Japan where he wanted them, which I think they agreed upon. Japan would buy more Ford F-150s, because I've done a lot of work on Ford, the symbolism of Ford, especially the F-150. There was a Ford F-150 at the scene at the alleged second assassination attempt of Donald Trump at the golf course by the guy in the pink shirt. There's a Ford F-150 front and center. And they say that he stole a license plate from a Ford F-150 to put on his car. And I'm talking about Ford, the Ford's Theater, Abraham Lincoln, which is not positive symbolism for Trump. But nonetheless, I've talked about Ford symbolism. I wish I could shout out the patron who told me about the Ford F-150 deal. I found out from a patron. I can't remember everyone. I wish I could shout him out. But one of my patrons did tell me about this F-150 deal between Trump and Japan. And I saw this photograph of this was outside the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, Japan, where they had Ford F-150. This is while Donald Trump was there. This was on October 28th. And I noticed on the far right side, what drew my attention was number 67 because of the 6-7 craze, the whole 6-7 thing. But I had no idea whose car that was specifically. This is while Donald Trump, this is outside the palace in Tokyo, while Donald Trump is meeting the Emperor of Japan. They have these Ford trucks, and then there's this. That's Michael Jordan's racing team's car. This is car number 67, driven by Corey Haim. And so you see how it connects to Trump. So this is what I mean when I say Michael Jordan transcends sports. This is now having to do with trade deals with Donald Trump in Japan. And there's Michael Jordan in his Chicago Bulls, red and black, which, you know, it's more than Chicago Bulls colors. Those are like the colors of the Matrix architects, whoever they are. If anything is their colors, it's these, red and black. And when you see maroon, it's an occulted red and black. Red plus black equals maroon. But that's what that is. That was Michael Jordan's car as Donald Trump met with the Emperor of Japan outside the palace in Tokyo. And that was on October 28th. This was just a close-up. I'd always noticed this car. I didn't realize it was Michael Jordan's. And so the term sir comes from Sirius. When you are given the title of sir, that's in British royalty, by British royalty, British nobility. When the monarch of Britain knights you, you become a knight, you then get the title of sir. But sir comes from Sirius because Sirius it's considered an object of higher knowledge. It's associated with higher knowledge and high status. And like I've said, whenever you see something being invoked, like Sirius in this case, in any ritual, they aren't necessarily all celebrating it. Sometimes some segments of the elite actually curse Sirius. They don't like Sirius. They desecrate Sirius. And earlier on, you were talking about so many stories of celebrities' dogs dying. That's a serious desecration ritual. They don't all venerate it. Some of them do and some of them don't. But Sir and Elvis Presley is the main one. He did the song Hound Dog. That's a serious desecration song, Hound Dog by Elvis Presley, who's associated with Las Vegas, ironically. He says, "You ain't nothing but a hound dog." Crying all the time. You ain't never caught a rabbit. That's a reference to the hare constellation of Lepus. Sirius the dog is chasing Lepus the hare. The constellations are next to each other. But of course, the constellations will always be apart. So the dog never catches the rabbit. When Elvis Presley sings about "you ain't nothing but a hound dog, you ain't never caught a rabbit," he's referring to Sirius chasing Lepus, the constellation of the hare, Lepus. And he's saying, "You ain't no friend of mine." Well, the dog is man's best friend. So that's just an example, the most prominent example of how the elites, some of them actually denigrate or desecrate Sirius. They don't all venerate it. But Sirius in general is associated with higher knowledge, higher status, and that's where you get the term sir. Now, when you get the term Sir, you're knighted. So this is the 35. I think you and Cody's 35s are stronger than this one. But Sir is 35. But Sir is directly related to Sirius. So this could be one of them. But you and Cody had some good 35s, which are Chicago 35. But Sir is part of it. Sir is related to Sirius. And so this is where I want to go to this. Take note of that. I have a short video of Michael Jordan, the interview after his team won this past Sunday, the Daytona 500.
Talk before the race. 4 horses in it. You are a Daytona 500 champion. How does that sound?
I can't even believe it. Yeah, I mean, it was so gratifying. I mean, we had 4 guys that were really fighting, that was helping each other out. I mean, you never know how these races going to end, right? It's like you just try to survive. And, I thought Riley did an unbelievable job by pushing at the end. That shows you what teamwork can really, really do. I mean, he doesn't get enough credit. He won't get enough credit, but we feel the love. We understand exactly what he did. And, I mean, we just hung in there all day. I mean, we great strategy by the team, and we gave ourselves a chance at the end. And, look, I'm ecstatic. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It feels like I won a championship, but until I get my ring, I won't even know.
All right, what size ring do you wear? Did you tell me?
Size 13.
Hey, happy early birthday.
Okay, so I missed it in that part, but she called him Sir. So I have to get another video, but she did call him Sir. But the other important thing is his ring size is 13. Sirius is actually, when Michael Jordan was born, the star Sirius was at 13 degrees Cancer. And so his ring's size 13. So that was a reference to Sirius being at 13 degrees Cancer. Of course, in 2026, Sirius has moved to 14 degrees, but it was at 13 degrees when Michael Jordan was born in 1963. And but she called him Sir. I don't know how that part got cut out, but she called him Sir. I have another video where she calls him Sir at the beginning. But so there's the chariot. The chariot in tarot card represents the zodiac sign of Cancer, and Sirius is in Cancer. And the thing about the chariot card, who do you see on the chariot card? You see a knight. He's a knight. What title does a knight have? The knight has a title of Sir, and he even has the blazing star above his head of Sirius. And he is Sir. Or knights are Sir, which is a reference to Sirius, which is in the constellations and of Cancer, and that's why so the chariot is a major theme. It's the middle of everything. Cars, planes, but especially cars are just everywhere. It's like a very central theme. And so that's why Michael Jordan is associated with car racing, because for this esoteric reason, because he represents Sirius. Sirius is in Cancer, and the tarot card for Cancer is the chariot.
He was also known for before he really popped off, right? Rambo, keep me honest here. Him going up against the bad boys of the Detroit Pistons, right, which is the Motor City. Right. So there's kind of that alignment too.
Yeah, that was the Bulls' big nemesis, the bad boys. You're right. Yes, Detroit Pistons. Like I said, the chariot symbol is super central. I almost say the elite. I think they worship the chariot symbol for some reason. You can say there are many things. They worship Saturn, they worship Jupiter. The chariot is one of the central objects of whatever their program is for the Matrix. I'll put it that way. The chariot is central. It's cars. George Floyd right next to a car. What happened at the last Super Bowl halftime show with Bad Bunny? He's on top of a car. What about the last Super Bowl with Kendrick Lamar? He's on top of a car. It can go on and on. They venerate or whatever. They focus heavily on this chariot symbol. It means everything to them for a variety of reasons. You should go on to the chariot is in the middle of everything. So this
Chariot's a fire horse here.
Yeah, exactly. So the chariot is used to symbolize several gods in ancient Greece, but the central one associated with the chariot is Helios. Helios is the sun god of ancient Greece, he's a fiery god in a fiery chariot being pulled by 4 fiery horses. So fire horse is also it's an allusion to the 4 fire horses that pull the fiery chariot of Helios, the sun god of ancient Greece. So it goes into that as well. But here's the AI interview of how confirming that in the tropical astrology, the fixed star Sirius is 13 to 14 degrees Cancer. When Michael Jordan was born, it was still at 13 degrees Cancer, like 13 degrees and 50 something minutes. In 2026, it's moved to 14 degrees. This is in the tropical zodiac, not to confuse people, hopefully. In actual astronomy, Sirius is in Gemini, 19 degrees Gemini. Hopefully that doesn't confuse people. But that's why his ring is number 13. But I really wish I had caught that part where she called him sir, but I don't know. That's weird. So the 4th of July was chosen for Independence Day of the United States because of where the Earth is in relation to the star Sirius. That's how important Sirius is. United States Independence Day was based on the location of the star Sirius. It's based entirely on that. On the 4th of July and in 2026, the perfect alignment is on the 5th of July. But in 1776, this was the alignment. Perfect alignment. It's called from Earth's perspective, it's a Sun-Sirius conjunction. Sirius, the Sun, and Earth are in a perfect line on July 4th. And that's why they chose that. Not to get really technically nitty-gritty, when it's on the money, perfect alignment, now in 2026, it's July 5th. But that's the birthday of Corey Haim, July 5th of his birthday. He's the one who drives number 67 for 2311. He was picked for his birthday, July 5th, because on July 5th, this is the alignment you have with Sirius, the Sun, and Earth. And again, and what is Sirius in Gematria? 67. And that's why he drives 67. No one else can drive 67. It's because of his July 5th birthday. And I gave this is another example in Minneapolis, the shooting of Rene Good. I'll tell you how the chariot is important to them. This is one of their central symbols, is the chariot. So Rene Good was shot in the chariot. The chariot, again, symbolizes the zodiac sign of Cancer. And what is in the back seat of Rene Good's car at the time of the shooting? The dog, which represents the dog star Sirius. So this is a occulted Sirius in Cancer, the chariot. So, I mean, that's what that is. And so today, like I said, Michael Jordan's birthday cannot go off without a hitch. So in 2026, today, Jesse Jackson passed away on Michael Jordan's birthday in Chicago. And he's associated with Chicago. He's actually Jesse Jackson was actually a quarterback in college. And he went to the University of Illinois before transferring. But so sports is connected to everything. So he went to the University of Illinois. He was based primarily in Chicago, and he died in Chicago on Michael Jordan's birthday in 2026. Now, May 25th is the Independence Day of the country of Jordan. This is another correlation with the World Cup in 2026 being hosted in the United States. Because they've expanded the World Cup, there are more teams that qualify now, and you're seeing more teams qualifying for the World Cup for the first time in their history because they've expanded the field. One of the teams that has qualified for their first ever World Cup in 2026, the 23rd World Cup, is Jordan. The country of Jordan qualified for their first World Cup, happened to be the 23rd World Cup. So he looms over everything. So Jordanian Independence Day, it's another Mars tie-in. Hollywood, for whenever they do movies about Mars, like The Martian starring Matt Damon, very often for the landscape of Mars, they'll use a desert, a specific desert. It's called the Wadi Rum, Wadirum desert for Mars. And they used several movies, but most notably, it's The Martian starring Matt Damon. Wadi Rum Desert is in Jordan. So there's a Jordan-Mars connection. Remember Mars Blackman, played by Spike Lee, who did the early Air Jordan commercials with Michael Jordan. It was Spike Lee and Michael Jordan. Spike Lee was playing the character Mars Blackman. So Michael Jordan has a lot of Mars connections. The country of Jordan is used to film the landscape of Mars. Well, the Independence Day of the country of Jordan is May 25th. They got independence from the British. It's May 25th, which is now has become a popular date because this is in 2020, it was on May 25th that George Floyd died on Chicago Avenue. So this is from the Jesse Jackson's Wikipedia page, speaking of 25th May being Jordanian Independence Day. Jesse Jackson, this is from the, personal life paragraph on Wikipedia, or section on Wikipedia. Jesse Jackson, on May 25th, 1987, Jackson was made a master mason on site by Grand Master Center of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall, Grand Lodge of Illinois, thereby becoming a Prince Hall Freemason. That was on May 25th. Why is this relevant? This is very relevant because George Floyd died on May 25th. You know, the anniversary of Jesse Jackson becoming a master mason. The location of George Floyd's death. This is the graphic. This is Cup Foods, where George Floyd died. This is 38th and Chicago. He died over here. This is a 10-minute walk. What do you see here? The Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Minnesota. George Floyd died a 10-minute walk in the shadow of the Prince Hall Masonic Temple. And you can see how that ties in. And that happened on the 25th, which is the anniversary of Jesse Jackson on the 25th, becoming a master mason at the Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Illinois. And of course, George Floyd died on Chicago Avenue. Chicago associated with Michael Jordan. And what's the Independence Day of Jordan? May 25th. See how it all ties in? And Jordan qualifying for the 23rd World Cup. And think of World Cup. Where did George Floyd die? And where did he give the counterfeit $20 bill, which led to the whole thing at Cup Foods? Which is another water reference, Jordan River. The official time given initially was 8:46 for the killing of George Floyd, and clearly you could see it took more than 8:46. The reason they said 8:46 initially is because the sun set in Minneapolis at 8:46 p.m. that night, but now they've changed it to 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Former officer knelt on George Floyd for 9 minutes, 29 seconds, not the infamous 8:46. So they changed it. We know why they said 8:46. That was when the sun set at 8:46 p.m. It's a sunset ritual. The sun, the chariot, Helios, who's a fiery chariot pulled by the four horse chariots, horse pulling the fiery chariots. George Floyd pulled out of a chariot. The chariot is a central theme. Why did they change it to 9 minutes and 29 seconds? 9:29 is the foundation date of Prince Hall Freemasonry in 1784 in Boston, Massachusetts. September 29th is the founding date of Prince Hall Freemasonry, which is 9:29, which is why they changed the official time for George Floyd's killing to 9 minutes, 29 seconds. That's homage to Prince Hall Freemasonry. And he was killed 10 minutes away, 10-minute walk away, not 10 minutes by car, a 10-minute walk. That's like, you can just count them 1, 2, less than 3 blocks away from a Prince Hall temple, founded on 9/29, which is why they say, remember 9/29. George Floyd. That's how they came up with 9/29. And we know how they came up with 8:46. And you see how it ties into Jordan. And another thing about
to BPM, I wanted to point this out. It's Jackson on the $20 bill.
Jackson. Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, BPM's a brilliant guy. These are the kind of contributions he makes. But yes, great observation. Jackson.
Yeah.
Jackson on the $20 bill.
And then really quick, George Floyd, wasn't he a Prince Hall Freemason as well? I remember like when photos and things were coming out. I could be mistaken, but I want to say there was like maybe it was his tattoo or something, but there were theories at least that he was a Mason, and yeah.
So this is the thing. So with Jesse Jackson, they will tell you in his official biography, and the Grand Lodge will give records to the public of the exact date on which he became a Master Mason. There's records from every lodge as to when somebody became even like an entered apprentice. But they don't do that with everybody. They do that with some people. I understand why they might do that, because it gives you the idea that if someone's a Freemason, it's in their bio, they're not hiding anything. Because then people say, well, if they're hiding anything, why would they let you know that Jesse Jackson's a Freemason? If you look at John Elway's Wikipedia page, he's another celebrity where they do admit it. They'll say John Elway was a Freemason. I don't know if they give the lodge or whatever, but it's in his bio. For some people, they'll tell you that, which gives people the impression that, oh, there's nothing to hide. When someone's a Freemason, they let you know, a popular person, a public figure. But that's not the case. They don't always tell you. It may seem that way because they tell you for some, and no one can say why they will say it for some. It's not that every person who's whether entered apprentice or Master Mason, not for every single one of them do they present that to the public and on Wikipedia. So obviously there are a lot more than what is admitted to, I guess, in public. So as far as George Floyd, it's assumed. I can see how it was a Freemason ritual, and I've talked more than anyone else. I think I'm the one who talked about, and David Icke he got it from me. David Icke, when I was on TFR, the very next day after I explained the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff, kneeling ritual of the Master Mason, how that tied into the ritual of George Floyd's killing, because the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff is based on the killing of the architect of Solomon's Temple, Hiram Abiff. It was Francis Bacon who actually wrote that, the Hiram Abiff legend. And what they do and this is public record, what they do in the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff ritual is they kneel on one knee, genuflect, and one person will lie on the ground portraying a fallen Hiram Abiff. And I said, that's what the kneeling is. And I actually got that from Tracy Twyman, who wrote a book called Genuflect. I mean, they suicided her before the George Floyd thing, but thanks to what I learned from Tracy Twyman, I was able to connect dots and understand why they do the kneeling and what the ritual was behind George Floyd's death. He died, he was a Libra. Libra's when the sun sets, when the sun goes over the wall. That's how you have the brick wall in the background with George Floyd. The wall is the horizon. Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Humpty Dumpty's the sun, the yellow yolk. That's what it's all about. So it's assumed clearly. I mean, most people don't know these details of the George Floyd event, but when you do, it's undeniable. You can look at there's a book called Duncan's Ritual, which the public can get on anywhere, Amazon or anywhere, and see the ritual described. Also, William Morgan wrote a book, Illustrations of Freemasonry. He illustrated it, so this is public knowledge. That's where I get it from. I learned from Tracy Twyman. I learned from Mark Passio. I learned from books like this, and I put the dots together, and it's pretty clear. It is based on that. You can assume it's not verified. It's not given to the public. You can assume that George Floyd was a Prince Hall Freemason since he was involved. And you saw his funeral. They illustrated the chariot. It was a white stagecoach with his golden casket, which represented the sun. He was the sun setting. He's a Libra. He had a golden casket in a chariot pulled by two white horses. And what is where was he pulled out of? He was pulled out of a chariot, of Mercedes-Benz. That chariot symbol is everywhere. He was the sun. That's Helios. Here's the sun setting, going into the... It all adds up. I mean, the imagery is clear. So you can assume that George Floyd was a Prince Hall Freemason, even though it's not on his Wikipedia page. The tattoo they're talking about, they're saying it's a 33rd degree Scottish Rite tattoo, but that's not what it was. That is not what it was. So he's dark-skinned. He's very dark-skinned, and he had a tattoo. If you don't have pale skin, you're very limited when it comes to tattoos. All the colors showing. You can't really see it clearly, to be honest, because of his skin tone. It's dark. What that tattoo was not the 33rd degree double-headed eagle. It was a single eagle. It was one eagle holding what looks like an automatic rifle. It was an eagle with an automatic rifle in its talons. It was not a Scottish Rite 33rd degree double-headed eagle. It was not. This is what people think it was because it's hard to see. But it was not. Most people don't go into the details that I do to determine, just see the synchronicity between Freemason allegory and the George Floyd narrative, which when you look at the details of the allegory, you'll see that it's undeniable. As another Jackson, Steven Jackson, formerly of the NBA, was George Floyd's twin. That's another Jackson.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I was just thinking that.
And remember I talked about George Floyd being a Libra because that's the wall. That's when the sun goes over the wall. When does the sun come over the wall? In spring. And what sign is that? It's Aries. So what do you think Steven Jackson, his twin, what's his zodiac sign? He's an Aries, of course. It's Aries Libra. The sun setting and the sun rising. So their zodiac signs perfectly aligned, Aries and Libra. The return of the sun is the sun cycle. That's what the chariot is. It's Helios. The fiery horses and the fiery chariot pulled across the sky going through the cycle. So that's another Jackson, Steven Jackson, which I just remembered now he's associated with. So
his twin, he dies in the Twin Cities, goes back to 846, Twin Towers. First tower gets hit on 846, all that stuff.
Right, and the twin pillars can represent the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And when you have the equinoxes, which is the fall at Libra, that's why Libra is the scales, and Aries, that's when the sun's equator and Earth's equator are more or less in the same plane. There's no tilt. And that's when you have the equinoxes. And then winter is when Earth is at maximum tilt at 23.5 degrees. That's the Tropic of Cancer. And then, that's summer solstice. The winter solstice is maximum tilt the other way, 23.5 degrees, Tropic of Capricorn. And so that's what the twin towers are. It's the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, and the middle pillar is the equator. That's why Building 7, in between the twin pillars, the tropics, Building 7 is 47 stories high because the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn are separated by 47 degrees. That symbolism is all there. So it's not conspiracy theory. It's all there. And it's there for the public to see. It doesn't take any inside information. So it is very reasonable to assume, for these reasons, that George Floyd was a Prince Hall Freemason, even though it's not officially acknowledged. So I'll just end it with this picture of Michael Jordan, the one eye. Sometimes you see the starburst with the eye in front of it, and Michael Jordan is no stranger. Was it you or Cody who brought up I equals 35? That's another 35 he does. So yeah, I'll end it there.
Yeah, no kidding. Cody, haven't heard from your brother. Are you still out there? I know it's late.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm everything I'm going to share is going to go perfectly with what Rambo. I mean, really, everything I'm going to do my best in 15 minutes here, because I know we got another guy who wants to get on here. I'm going to do my best in 15 minutes to connect everything that's happened the last 2 weeks. And I mean everything. The Seahawks. Let me get my slide up here. Because you guys know what I like to do is try to figure out how all the stories that are happening day after day are connected. Like how they are actually stringing along a story by everything. And the story I'm going to hopefully tell here, and it's going to connect to everything Rambo just said. We're going to, the missing piece that I haven't, that this kind of opened up for me as I was listening, is the Michael Jordan piece and what just happened today with Jesse Jackson. I'm going to try to connect all these deaths. We had James Vanderbeek's death. We had the shooting in British Columbia, emphasize the word British, which was by Jesse. Okay. Jesse was the shooter in British Columbia. Now, a few days later, we get Jesse Jackson dead. Jesse is the twin brother of Elvis, by the way. I'm not going to talk about Elvis, but this is connected to Elvis. Jesse was the twin brother of Elvis who died at birth. But let me just get my slides kind of ordered here. So the first thing I want to say is the Super Bowl, right? The Super Bowl, that's the first piece. We had the 64 on Bad Bunny's shirt, which is Revelation 6:4, which is the war horse, the red horse. We are in the year of the fire red horse. And that's the war horse. I mean, and in the Bible, it says that horse comes to take peace from the earth. Well, just a few days after the Super Bowl and a few days before the red fire horse year starts, Jesse in British Columbia is taking peace from the earth. And we've had also a couple other shootings. We had a ice rink shooting. We always have shootings, but I'm just saying this is like these events are making people's peace. I mean, people are being more fearful, you know? So, and I had mentioned in my last stream that the next day or a few days later, again, this happened on the 15th. And I had shown how the horse year that was coming, the red fire horse year, was going to be on a ring of fire eclipse. Well, Michael Jordan's birthday, which is today. And Tyler Reddick, as I already mentioned, won the Cup Series, right? And interestingly, you know, this might be a coincidence, but the Tumbler Ridge shooting by Jesse equals Tyler Reddick in all ciphers. Tumbler Ridge, 134.62, 190.73, Tyler Reddick. He won the Cup just a few days after the Tumbler Ridge shooting. Red Warhorse, which is essentially what's mentioned here in the book of Revelation 6:4, which is what Bad Bunny was wearing. It mentions essentially a red warhorse. And that equals Tyler Reddick. That's Mars. And then, you know, then Robert Duvall died. So Robert Duvall associated with the war movie, Apocalypse Now. And again, he just so happened to be born on, he just so happened to die on Seattle Slew's death date or birthday. And again, Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown on June 11th, 1977. Robert Duvall, in his Wikipedia page, it mentions he closed the Broadway show he was in on June 11th, 1977, the exact same day Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. And then Robert Duvall goes on and dies on Seattle Slew's birthday. Again, why am I talking about Seattle Slew? Well, it's the horse stuff. The last time the Seahawks won the Super Bowl was in the year of the horse against the Broncos. Now they win it again. And now we have Robert Duvall dying, who's born on Seattle Slew's birthday, or he dies on Seattle Slew's birthday. He closes his show, American Buffalo, on June 11th, 1977, literally the same day that Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. Again, this is all really, the theme here is royalty, which is why I'm going to connect it in a minute to Prince William, because it seems to be the theme here. So then here's everything. James Vanderbeek dies, right? James Vanderbeek, King James, it's royalty theme again. All these Jameses are connecting to King James. He dies as Jesse Vandersloot. How do you say that so that they had Dutch names. It was all this Dutch stuff going on. The shooter in British Columbia was a Dutch last name. And then you had James Van Der Beek, probably the most famous American actor I know with a clear Dutch last name. I can't think of any others. So he dies as the Dutch shooter shooting up British Columbia. And don't forget, Jesse Jackson dies, but Joshua Jackson, who was in Dawson's Creek with James Van Der Beek, he's British. He's from British Columbia. And his birthday is June 11th. Seattle Sleu's the Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. Seattle's just south of British Columbia. So again, it's all connected. I'm trying to do my best to connect it all quickly. So, but the same day that James Van Der Beek died, you got the death of Bud Cort. And this was the big piece that most people missed. This strings it all together. Bud Cort, his death, which wasn't like highly publicized like the others, is so big. And it's going to connect to Sirius because he played Sirius Leary in the movie 23, Jordan's number. King equals 23. This was all connected to the transition of a new king, I believe, in Britain, which is why you had the shooting in British Columbia. And this is why Prince William was in Saudi Arabia with the crown prince on the same day that these two died, Bud Cort and James Van Der Beek. But remember, just to go back to the Michael Jordan thing real fast, this is how old Michael Jordan is today, guys. I mean, do I need to say any more? It speaks for itself. But check this out. 1953 they have the same gematria, folks, in Latin. He dies on Michael Jeffrey Jordan's birthday. His name is Jesse Louis Jackson. In 1953 is the year the Queen took over. Now, 1953 is the 62nd triangular or something like that. The Queen, she took over as she was coronated on 6/2/1953. 1953. Let me just pull it up in the number so you guys can see it. 1953 is the 62nd triangular. Okay, so the Queen, she was coronated on 6/2/1953. It was a double 6/2 riddle. It was a double Queen riddle. Remember, Queen equals 62. And 26. We're in the year 26. Crown equals 26. That's why it's all this royalty stuff. And Queen Elizabeth's last birthday, she was with 2 white horses. And then I believe in we had those horses running through London a few years ago. I'm not going to get into that because it's just too much. But yeah, so 6/2. And remember, her husband, Prince Philip, lover of horses. Okay, from Prince Philip's death to today is 1776 days, folks. So Prince Philip, the lover of horses, Queen Elizabeth's husband, he died 1776 days ago. I mean, what are the odds? And today is the horse year. Okay. So continuing. So why is it that both Jesse Jackson and Michael Jordan have the 1953 gematria? It's all pointing back to the year 1953, which was the last time, essentially, a king was replaced. Okay. It's all about the king eventually being, I don't know if it's going to happen this month, next month. I'm looking at March 7th. March 7th, I really think something could happen with King Charles, but you never know. But that's a really high watch date because I found a lot connected with that. But this is definitely continually pointing to King Charles being replaced at some point. I don't know when it will happen, but all of this that's happening now will connect to that when it does happen. But look at this, guys. Not only is Michael Jordan 2311 today, he dies on Michael Jordan's birthday, and these two guys are born 7802 days apart. If you drop the zeros, it's 782, and 782 is the 23rd pentagonal number, Michael Jordan's number. So he dies on number 23's birthday. He's born the 23 pentagonal number apart. And again, king equals 23. Now, shifting back real fast, when Bud Cort died, again, he died on February 11th, the same day as Dawson Leary from James Van Der Beek. James Van Der Beek played Dawson Leary. This is King Lear. Here's another king connection. King Lear, William Shakespeare, King William, because William Shakespeare wrote King Lear. That's what I mean. So Sirius Leary. So Bud Cort played Sirius Leary. And James Vanderbeek played Dawson Leary. So they died the same day. And again, on the same day, you had the shooting in British Columbia, or just a few hours before. It was the day before, but it was within 24 hours. So again, British Columbia, on the same day that these two guys died, Bud Cort and James Vanderbeek, the Seattle Seahawks, Seattle Slew, the horse, all connecting back, King County, which is where they celebrated, were celebrating their victory. Yet King County celebrating their victory, a new king celebrating his ascension. And in just north of there, like an ascension in British Columbia, you get the shooting by Jesse. And again, Dawson Creek, as I revealed in my video last week, and I'm pretty sure I was the first to find it, I found it within an hour of this happening, and I had to do a stream immediately because Dawson Creek, British Columbia is just 50 miles north of the shooting in Tumbler Ridge. And Dawson Creek lies on the Peace River. Again, the red horse taking peace from the earth. We are starting the year of the fire horse, the red horse, taking peace from the earth. And that's why this shooting happened near Dawson Creek, which is on the Peace River. But then this all started, so I got to go back to where this all started. This great decoder, Gematria book. His main info is on the Golden Gate Bridge, but he came out with a video just a few days before the Super Bowl saying that the whole thing was tied to King William eventually. Why? Because King William or Prince William was born in 1982, and so was his wife, but Seattle equals 1982. They won. They're from King County. They used to play in the Kingdome. On the day of the Super Bowl, William was exactly 2277 weeks old. Well, it just so happens that William was born 2277 days after the Kingdome opened. It's been demolished now, but they used to play in the Kingdome, Seattle. And what's the odds that he was 2277 weeks on the Super Bowl when they won? And then it just so happens their old stadium they used to play in, Kingdome, opened 227 days after his birth. So that's what got me started. But look at this. This is just wild. On the day of the parade, for King County, Seattle Seahawks, and the shootings in British Columbia, King William or Prince William was 43 years, 236 days old. Seattle Seahawks, 43, 236. They were literally having their parade, folks, on that day when he was the gematria of Seattle Seahawks in King County. Okay, it's undeniable. Then I realized this was the big connection. I realized all the Dutch stuff was for a reason because there's a King William V. If he becomes king, he will be the fifth William. King William V was a Dutch king. And look at King William V's birthday, March 8th, which is why I'm watching March 7th and 8th. So why is that important? Because whose birthday is March 8th? James Vanderbeek. His birthday is March 8th. So you're telling me that the guy who has the Dutch last name dies connecting with this King William stuff, and King William V, which is what William would be when he becomes king, is the Dutch king? William V of Orange, his Prince of Orange, right? Was his title. And James Vanderbeek was born, I forget how many years after. I might have it in my slides, but yeah, okay, yeah, it's here. Anyway, and this all connects back to Bud Cort. Bud Cort played not only Sirius Leary, but he played the king in the movie The Little Prince or the Le Petit Prince. And again, he died the same day as Vanderbeek. Now look at this. So the years apart between these two guys, born on March 8th, 229 years. Well, that's the gematria of Bud Cort's movie, The Little Prince. And his real name is Walter Edward Cox, which both equal 229. Now, 229, this is important. 229 is starting your 230th year. So James Vanderbeek was born on the start of the 230th year after William V of Orange was born. Well, 230 is the big number we're going to talk about from now because 230 is the number 23 essentially. But check out the name of the movie, Le Petit Prince, 230. And remember, Bud Cort was in the movie, the 23 movie, and he was in Le Petit Prince. And king equals 23. And 230 is the amount of years James Van Der Beek was born after Prince William V, or King William V of Dutch, the Dutch king. And Bud Cort is 2-3, right? BC. British Columbia is 2-3. So it's all about the 23. BC, Bud Cort. But this is the undeniable part. I just told you how important the 230 is. James Van Der Beek born on the start of the 230th year since King William V. And look how many days Bud Cort was born before King Charles. 230. And look at the gematria of, if I can get this out of the way, King of United Kingdom, 230. Again, Michael Jordan's number. We're going to get to how this all connects at the end here. Tumbler Ridge shooting, 230. That was the shooting the day. Tumbler Ridge shooting equals 230 in the same cipher as King of the United Kingdom. And again, Bud Cort died that day, and his movie, The Le Petit Prince, equals 230, and he was born 230 days before King Charles. And this kind of connects to William, because if you type in William V, which will be his title, is equals 38. That's the birthday of James Van Der Beek and the birthday of William V of the Dutch king. And 38 is the reverse of 83. 83 is the 23rd prime. If you type out the number 230, it equals 83, which is the 23rd prime. Bud Cort, not only is his initials 23, but his name, Bud Cort, equals 83, which is the 23rd prime. So again, it's all going back to the 23, which is why Bud Cort is the most important piece here, in my opinion, because he played the king and he played in the movie 23 as Sirius. Even James Van Der Beek's death and Bud Cort's death were 276 days before King Charles' birthday, which is the 23rd triangular number. And James Van Der Beek was born exactly 276 weeks before Prince William, which is the 23rd triangular number. I mean, and let's just do what they did in the movie, the number 23, because not only did they talk about, everyone needs to watch this movie if you haven't, because in that movie, Jim Carrey does gematria, and he talks about not only the number 23, but he uses reversing. He talks about the number 32. So we can't talk about, if he does that in the movie, we might as well do that in real life. So look at this. King of England, 232. It's a combination of those two numbers. Well, Bud Cort was born, or no, sorry, what was this? Oh yeah, from Bud Cort's birthday, the year King William was born, or Prince William was born, he was born, their birthdays are 2 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days apart, 232. Well, how old was Prince William on the Super Bowl when King County won? He was 232 days after his birthday. King of England, 232. And I already showed you he was, a few days after that, he was the gematria of the Seattle Seahawks on their parade day. So that's just a double whammy. But look at this. Michael Jordan, born 232 months and 5 days before William. 232, King of England gematria, plus the 5. What's that? He's going to be the 5th, guys. I also talked a bit about the 320, but this isn't so important. King Charles was born in lunation 320. British Columbia equals 320. Also, going with the 26 that Rambo was talking about, James Van Der Beek and Bud Cort died 26 days before James Van Der Beek's birthday, which is also William V's birthday of the Dutch king. 26 is cancer. And this is why this connects. I didn't even mention this, but who has cancer? King Charles. Why did James Van Der Beek die of cancer? And Brad Arnold, I didn't even connect Brad Arnold, but the Brad Arnold singer who died a few days before that, who died of cancer, 3 doors down, kind of like King Charles III has cancer. It's so perfect. It's all so perfect. Like, I don't know. And then I mentioned how in Dawson's Creek, you had the 2 actresses are literally Williams and Kate, first name of the two love affairs in the show with James Van Der Beek are one is played by Katie Holmes. Her name is actually Kate, and the other one is Michelle Williams. So it's like Kate and William. And interestingly enough, James Van Der Beek is born 650 days before Katie Holmes, but that happens to be the exact date between Michelle Williams, and King and Prince William. So this is just kind of one-off 65 connection. And she was even Prince William became Prince of Wales on her 42nd birthday. So then it leads me to a few more things, guys, then I'll finish up. So I've talked about all the other deaths now, but we had two more deaths which connect to this. We had Robert Duvall die, and then just after that, we had another death that got kind of left out because it wasn't as big, was Billy Steinberg. Well, Billy, of course, is William, and he died February 16th. Robert Duvall, of course, died February 15th. And he played William in his most famous movie, the one that everyone's mentioning with Robert Duvall. He played William Kilgore. And just after that, William Steinberg died. Look at how many years and days these two guys are born apart. 19 years, 52 days. So I already talked about the 1953, how that was that was the Queen Elizabeth's coronation, but she actually became queen in 1952, meaning that these two guys being separated by 1952 is a reference to the last year that a king died, which was 1952. I think that's pretty wild. Also, this guy, William, and again, he wrote the song Like a Virgin for Madonna, the queen of pop, who was born on the King Elvis's birthday or death date. But he just happened to be born exactly 26 lunar moon orbits before King George died and Queen Elizabeth became queen. And again, queen equals 26. He was born the 26th, and he was born 26 exactly moons before King George died. So, and then this, right? So now we're finally getting to the end here. The most recent stories. Jesse Jackson, remember, which ties into the shooter in British Columbia, Jesse. Ties into Elvis's twin brother, Jesse, who died. But I talked about this number also last week with the death of, just let me find my slide real fast. So I did this slide last week, and I had shown how the death of Brad Arnold from cancer was connected to the horse year. He literally died on the horse year, the year the horse started, in the year he was born. He died on February 7th, and the year he was born, the horse year started on February 7th. Well, he just happened to be born 233 days after the horse year started, which is the gematria of horse, which means he also died 233 days before his birthday, which again is horse. Well, fast forward, Jesse Jackson. What happened with Jesse Jackson? I just couldn't believe this when I saw it, because I had just done that. I had done that slide on Brad Arnold, and you're telling me that Jesse Jackson died 233 days before his birthday, folks, which is horse. And of course, he died on the beginning of the horse year, just like Brad Arnold was born 233 days after the horse year started in the year he was born. But look at the gematria of February 17th. It equals 233. Also, this might be a bit of a stretch, or maybe it's a coincidence, but I don't think it is, because this full year, if you type it out, it's officially, you could say this is the year of the red fire horse year. So year of the red fire horse. It equals 233. So February 17th equals 233. And if you type out year of the red fire horse, it equals 233 in the same cipher. And look at this. To tie all this together, he died on Michael Jordan's birthday, and Michael Jordan runs the racing company 2311, and that equals 233. And again, he died 233 days before his birthday. And two last things here. Going back to the Sirius connection. Sirius, as Rambo mentioned, the 101 with Michael Jordan. Well, again, Michael Jordan born on 101 date numerology. His race car driver just won, Tyler Reddick, equals 134. What's 134? It's the 101 composite. Red Warhorse, 134. The number 23, when you type it out, equals 134, which again is the 10. So it's just interesting how that works. You know, you type out the number 23, which is Jordan's main number. You get the 134, which ties back to the 101, which we already talked about, which is his birth numerology. His other driver, Corey Haim, which Rambo went over extensively, equals 101. Jesse Jackson death. Interesting. Maybe it's a coincidence, but when you type it out, it equals 101. William, this is the big one. William V, 101. Huh. And the other guy that died, William Steinberg, his name equals 101. And again, he wrote the song Like a Virgin, which connects to the Queen of Pop, which connects to this whole theme again. Anyway. And then, again, as I mentioned, just to go over what we went over, 35 is the 23rd composite. The race car numbers of Michael Jordan's team, 23, 67, 35, all connect to the King code, which is 2367 in gematria. Again, Sirius equals 67. Sirius also equals 32, which again, in the movie 23, Jim Carrey tells us you need to also reverse the number. So essentially 2332, Sirius equals 32 in the same cipher as King. It's like the reverse. And again, who died? Bud Cort died, and he played Sirius Leary in that movie. And his initials are BC, like 23. There's probably one other thing I might be forgetting. Bubba Wallace, who drives number 23. It just so happens he has the same birthday as Jesse Jackson. I mean, what's the odds of that? So Jesse Jackson dies on Michael Jordan's birthday, whose top race car driver is Jesse Jackson's birthday, Bubba Wallace. And look at his name, guys. William. There's your clue. And just another clue that's being left out too. Who did Jesse Jackson get his start with? A guy named King. Martin Luther King. So I really think, guys, I mean, it's very hard to get these things right. You know, the year that King Charles became king and Queen Elizabeth died, it was the year I started my channel, and I was trying to figure out when she was going to pass. Of course, it was more clear that she was going to pass. I mean, King Charles probably doesn't seem as close as you would think, but maybe, who knows? But I'm just saying, whenever this does happen, I'm not saying it'll happen this year or this month or whatever. Who knows when it will happen? But whenever it does, I'll come back to this time period, and I'll actually be continuing to follow this riddle as we go because it's clearly there. And again, shout out to gematriabook.com or Gematria Book on YouTube, who really got me started on it with that Seattle Seahawks connection and clearly showed me that it was connected to Prince William. And again, he was in Saudi Arabia on that day of the Super Bowl parade, meeting with the crown prince, kind of like you crown a prince as a king. So that's why that stuck out to me, that he was in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, I think there's more, and I have an absolutely mind-blowing decode I found last night that I can't even share here yet because it connects to the movie The Ring. Oh boy, what I found, guys, with the eclipse code and that, I mean, Derek is going to love this when I show. Derek has followed the eclipse code, but what I found was Seattle Slew and the eclipse code and what happened today with Jesse Jackson, man, it's mind-blowing. And it all connects to June 11th. And and that 611 code, which is the start of the World Cup this year. So I think it all goes to that as well. But anyway, hopefully I connected all the pieces I think I took more than 15 minutes, but I tried to get it all in an understandable way, hopefully. But you guys can see, hopefully by now, that all these events that happen, this is why I do this. Everything that happens in a week or 2 weeks, it's all connected, of course. And it's just about finding those puzzle pieces that are in Bud Court. That was a big puzzle piece. And then I haven't even looked anymore into Duvall's death. I didn't have time. But I mean, I know Duvall he was in a movie called Wild Horses. And again, he played William in his most famous movie. He was William. So that's why I believe that's the piece I brought up here. But if I find more on I'll do a whole video on Duvall's death. But Jesse Jackson, I haven't found any more either, other than what I showed you here. So
Cody, that was fantastic. I mean, shout out to you just to be able to pack in those many connections in such a short amount of time, man. Like, kudos to you. I mean, the work alone is amazing, but the way that you were able to really tell that story for the audience, I thought was fantastic. I had just a couple other things to add on. I was kind of thinking maybe you would have something to go kind of where my head was going based off of what Rambo's talked about and what you touched on with Sirius the Dog Star. And I wanted to just kind of add a final cherry on top of your presentation, particularly about Bud Court. So if you don't mind, Cody, I'm going to take the reins on the screen share here. But you guys remember when we talked about the movie Dogma a couple weeks ago?
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if either of you guys have had a chance to watch that movie yet, but that's just like the Skulls, just like Rambo encouraging me to watch Donnie Darko. Seriously, you guys need to watch that movie. And what you'll see is the opening scene of the movie. I'm talking the opening scene is Bud Court getting essentially hospitalized by those 3 kids with the hockey sticks, the demons.
Oh my goodness.
Bud Court is you kind of find out at the very end of the movie, I hate to spoil it, but he is God in human form, kind of like Jesus, right? And then the actual God comes later and essentially saves him. But look, Bud Court, this is before his death. This is before James Vanderbeek's death, etc. Right? And I put it in the chat. I didn't get a whole lot of love in there, but think about this with basketball. Bud Court makes me think of a child movie called Air Bud back in the day, where it's a dog on a basketball court. Sirius the Dog Star, right? But yeah, I mean, once again, he played God in the movie Dogma, an anagram of each other, right? And I just wanted to show a visual here, what I was talking about. Oh, by the way, yeah, and the kid in Air Bud was played by Josh, so it goes back to your points, Cody, about Joshua Jackson. Josh and his dog Air Bud, Buddy, right?
Yeah, so August 1st, that's around the time of the heliacal rising of Sirius. That's why they chose that date. It's not on that date, but they'll do those heliacal risings around the time, beginning of August. You'll see a lot of those.
Well, doesn't that connect perfectly to Michael Jordan? The dog's literally slam dunking a basketball in that that cover. So, I mean, like Rambo said, Michael Jordan is so at the center of this, which I believe why Bud Court. I mean, and just so you know, AJ, that's absolutely mind blowing considering everything that we just. And first of all, shout out to you for talking about Dogma, and then we get this death. I mean, it was like perfect timing. And then Bud Court played the king in the Prince movie. He played Sirius, and now he's played this like God character on Earth. And again, you mentioned there's hockey sticks at the beginning of this. Really?
Yeah, it's like these 3 kids with hockey sticks. They play like lower level demons. And there's even a Mighty Ducks. They literally say Mighty Ducks in the movie. Like they reference the.
Well, that's what I mean. Then that connects perfectly to Joshua Jackson, which connects us back to James Vanderbeek, which connects us to British Columbia. British Columbia is known for hockey. I mean, it's Canada, and they have the Vancouver Canucks there. Watch out for the Vancouver Canucks this year. I mean, maybe there's something there with all this British Columbia stuff. So yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. I know we got 23 in the back there, which is crazy that's his MVP 23 is his perfect day for him to come on here.
Well, Cody, the last thing I wanted to add was, when you pointed out the winner, right, Reddick, right, and we talked about red rockets and dogs and all that stuff, and King 23. Let's not forget about LeBron King James, who went back to the number 23, and guess who his head coach is?
Who is
JJ Redick?
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. I didn't think about that.
Yep.
Wow,
Yeah,
JJ
so
like Jesse Jackson.
There you
JJ.
go.
Joshua Jackson, Jesse Jackson, JJ
Redick, coaching LeBron, number 23, the King.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't it just crazy, guys, how it all connects? I mean, if you really had the brain and the capacity, you could sit down every day and connect every little story as going on in a week and see how it's all intimately connected if you could find all the pieces, of course. But I do my best to do that, but it really is almost an impossible task to do it all. But again, these pieces that you're adding just makes it even more obvious how all this stuff is connected and how it's still connected to what we've been talking about all year. I mean, it connects to the Donnie Darko stuff with James Duval. Remember, what was I talking about the day we discovered that James Duval stuff? I was talking about Kings. I was talking about King James, and that led us to that. And then we found the James Duval thing. And then I said on the stream that day, I wonder if something will happen on that day. I literally kind of called the Charlie Kirk thing because I was like, well, it's lined up with the post from James Comey, right? Like King James Comey. And then get Charlie Kirk shot. Well, Charlie Kirk connected to King Charles, which remember King James' name is the same name as Charlie Kirk. So that riddle's been going on. And it's really just crazy to think how this riddle here I just described is probably just a continuation of all that from months ago. So
100%. Yeah. I mean, I only brought up Dogma because somebody in the chat, and I apologize for not remembering. I shouted them out in that presentation, but they brought it to me after watching our previous, weekly podcast. And sure enough, like 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, the guy who plays God in human form in Dogma is dead the same day as James Vanderbeek. Wild.
Yeah.
Wild. Rambo, anything else on your end before we bring in MVP 23?
I think really, really quick. I found the video where you can hear her call Michael Jordan sir. It's really quick. It's just a couple seconds. So at the beginning, she'll call him sir. It's very important. Sir, understand where sir comes from serious.
Well, back in victory lane, Michael Jordan has made his way here. Sir, we talked before the race.
Okay, that's it.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
And doesn't that tie in perfectly with what I said too? I mean, as soon as you start talking about sir, we start talking about the knighting, the British stuff, which could connect to the kings, and right. So, yeah, that's also perfect.
And then again, so that goes back to the real quick. I'll just show real quick.
Oh yeah.
Sir is a knight, and the knight is depicted on the Chariot card. Just a reminder of how it ties into the Chariot. The Chariot is Cancer, Sirius is in Cancer, in the tropical zodiac, but that's how the knight ties into Sirius.
So yeah, Cancer, like William's birth sign. I didn't even think about that.
Also, several people dying of cancer. So you also get the term as serious as Cancer.
Right. Yeah.
That's actually related to Sirius in Cancer, which is the tropical zodiac. So yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Shout out Marty. Yeah.
Marty, this is connected to me because Jordan was drafted on my birthday exactly 6 years before I was born in 1984. Of course, June 19th is what? King James' birthday. Well, and I think that's how this connects is, do you know what holiday we now celebrate on King James' birthday?
Juneteenth.
Which is all about what?
Slavery.
Yeah.
Abolition of slavery.
which is connected to the connection of Jesse Jackson, right? What was he all about? I mean, civil rights. So there's something with King James and black history, because they obviously connected. That's why they made it his birthday, that holiday. But yeah, anyway, that's all. We'll let MVP get in here.
Yes. On Michael Jordan's birthday, Mr. Number 23, MVP 23. Can you hear us, brother?
Yeah.
What's up, man? Hey, it's good to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Yeah, so it's absolutely bonkers, everything that you guys are talking about, and the fact that I'm here today and that I decided to start paying attention. I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't know why. I just decided that I wanted to pay attention to Rambo's Patreon a little bit deeper. How I got here, let me just tell you how I got here. It all started with back in like 2011, 2012. I was watching a football game, a Steelers-Cowboys game, with my girlfriend at a bar and some friends and a bunch of people in our town that are acquaintances or strangers, whatever. And it was an exciting game. It was December 16th of 2012. And I was watching the game. It was right after the replacement. No, it was during the replacement refs. You guys remember that?
I'm not sure if I do.
So way back.
I remember partially that story, but I don't remember all the details of it. That was a long time ago, but I do remember that kind of those ref things.
Okay, so what happened was fans were getting upset because they could tell that the refs were not being fair and the games weren't being called as sports should be called. And I'm an athlete, a former lacrosse player, hockey player, soccer player, baseball player. I played everything but basketball because I'm a short white guy, and football because my dad was a physical therapist and he didn't want me to hurt my knees. And he treated so many young people with knee injuries who played football that he didn't want me to go through that. And I hated him for it at the time because I was fast as shit, man. I ran the 40 in 4.36 seconds. I bench pressed 265 pounds. I weighed 165 pounds. I squatted 455 pounds. These are maxes. These aren't reps. So I was a little beast, and I wanted to be a running back, and my dad wouldn't let me do it. But I played everything else. So by the time I got to be an adult, I'm watching sports and stuff, and I expect officiating to be fair, and it wasn't. And the fans in the NFL were noticing how unfair it was and how it was all about the refs. They'd call pass interference when there was no pass interference. They'd call no pass interference when there was pass interference. And so it was just a whole bunch. It was a mess. And the fans got all upset and they complained about the refs. So the NFL replaced the referees with like bus drivers and gym teachers and people who just shouldn't be NFL referees at all. And they were the replacement refs. And that made the fans want the regular refs to come back. They were just like, oh, God, this is terrible. Just give us the regular refs back, please. Just sorry we ever complained, right? So that was the lesson that everybody got from the replacement refs was just don't complain about the officiating and you'll get your entertaining football back. At least the game will flow. It won't be interrupted by stupid, basically incompetent referees redundantly. And so I was watching this Steelers game with my girlfriend at the time, and she was a Steelers fan too. And the first half was great. Roethlisberger was connecting to Heath Miller and just dominating the first half. Then after halftime, they came back, and it was like, they never threw the ball to Heath Miller again, even when he was open. They just weren't doing anything that worked. And the Cowboys came back, and it was just like, what are we watching? What is this? This isn't sports. Like, this is clearly theater, and it's pissing me off. So I wanted to leave the bar early, and we got into a little argument about it, and it was stupid because it was just a sports game on TV. And I look back now, and I'm like, God, the amount that I cared about it was just silly. I'm also a musician, and I'm a drummer, and I completely just started making fun of football in the NFL and anybody who liked it. I was just like, you guys are all dumb. Like you're watching this shit. You're all emotionally invested in it. Why don't you come watch my band play? Stuff like that. So that's how I got into this mess. And then because I was just so caught up in all of it, and so was everyone else, that I started to want to make predictions. I was like, I'm going to predict what's going to happen because I can tell what's going on. And I found this dude, Brian Tuohy. And if you look up thefixesin.net, his last name is spelled Tuohy. And he has been calling all this theatrical business orchestrated stuff. Like you guys talk about King County in Seattle. Well, he pointed this thing out to me way back then where King County in Seattle, they had a stadium that they tore down before it was even paid off to build the stadium called the 12th Man. And that's the Seahawks Stadium. All right. So when the Seahawks Stadium, the King County stadium that was paid off, that was tore down before it was paid off, when that was finally paid off, they went and won the Super Bowl that year. And they had home games postseason, like for a while before it was paid off, to get people into the stands to make more revenue.
Hey, MVP, really quick. Did you want me to share your screen yet? I just wanted to make sure if you were, because I saw you have it requested. I apologize if I didn't add it earlier.
I'm not talking about it yet, but if you want to toss it up, right. It might be distracting, but I don't know. I don't care.
No, it's all good. I just want to make sure.
All right. Well, I'll just keep talking. So anyway, the Seahawks win the Super Bowl basically as a reward, a business reward for paying off the stadium, because all these taxpayers pay all this money to have these stadiums, and they want the sports to go good in the stadium that they paid for, So I feel really bad for like Cleveland Browns fans because their team never does good. They just suck. Like their whole existence is there to suck, because football comes from Ohio and the people are going to support it anyway. Nobody in Ohio is going to believe the shit is rigged. They're just going to love it. They're just going to continue to love it forever. And Cleveland Browns, by the way, CB is 32. Also in the I forget what division the Steelers are in now. Sorry. But the division that the Steelers are in, they're the only team that was never the Cleveland Browns. So the first Browns, they moved out to Cincinnati and they became the Bengals. And then the Browns came back. And then those Browns moved to Baltimore and they became the Ravens. And then the Browns came back. So the Browns that exist now are actually the third Browns. And the Ravens and the Bengals were the Browns. So none of them are original. They're all just used up Browns. So the Steelers are the only ones that are serious. I'm just kidding. Anyway, but on a serious tip, though, the Steelers are affiliated with the mob, the Irish mob, mafia. Sorry, not the mob. The mob's a Jewish thing. The mafia is an Italian thing. And the Irish also have roots with the Italian mafia being a Catholic thing. And so Pittsburgh mafia, Irish mafia runs deep. The Rooney family. You can look it up. So anyway, Brian Tuohy, rigged football, blah, 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 started to predict stuff. And I was right. Most of the time I'd make a prediction before the playoffs even started. Now, mind you, gambling wasn't on my mind at all. It wasn't on anybody's mind because you couldn't gamble. If you did gamble, it was because you had an illegal bookie. And if you beat your illegal bookie, they'd beat you. They'd break your ass. I'm not fucking kidding. So you just didn't gamble unless you just really wanted to be a degenerate. And who wants to be a degenerate? Nobody. Anyway, so gambling wasn't even on my perspective at all. Wasn't on my horizon at all. Didn't care about it at all. I was making all these predictions for fun, just to show people, I told you that was what was going to happen. Like when the Patriots came back to win from a 3-28 trailing 3-28 and they came back to win with Tom Brady. I predicted that shit. I was like, they're going to win the game. And then they did. And then I realized, wait a minute. This is partially happening because people are betting on it in Vegas and in Atlantic City, New Jersey. So that's right across the river from New York City. So you got people who are affiliated with the mafia in New York City losing business to people going to gamble legally in Atlantic City. So once I realized that, I was like, wow, this is all about gambling and local business and politics and everything else. So then I got into Brian Tuohy's work, and he lays it out. He's like, look, this is a multi-billion-dollar business. Are you really going to leave it up to chance? And I was like, that's what I'm saying. No, you're not going to leave $1 billion business up to chance. You're just not going to do it. You're going to do everything you can to make sure that the outcome turns out in a way that's going to be the most profitable as it can be. If you're a savvy business person, it doesn't matter what business you're in, you're going to try to make the most money as you possibly can. Period. Unless you're, a shitty person, then you're going to do even like super fucked up shit. Sorry, am I allowed to cuss on here? I'll try to stop cussing. So you start to be a crook and like, you give people something that's really cheap instead of something that's quality if you're a bad businessman. And so that's what I noticed that the NFL was doing. And I was like, all these college people go and they beat themselves up and they put their body through hell. And if they're lucky, they don't get injured. And then they end up in the NFL and they get abused. Like now they started to let the players put like a helmet pad on their helmet. Have you ever seen the movie Spaceballs with Rick Moranis? His character is Darth Helmet, and his helmet is just an oversized Darth Vader helmet. It's hilarious. That's what the NFL helmet pads look like. And they're allowed to wear them now because CTE is such a big problem with these athletes. These people are dying from overworked hearts. By the way, there's a really funny video out there from cracked.com. And it's this dude who introduces himself as Roger on all the stuff. And it's like, if this and that, we're honest. And he does one with football, and he calls it the Points Ball League. So if you looked up if professional football was honest by Roger from crack.com, that is hilarious. You should watch that. Anyway, so Brian Tuohy, he's spelling it out for me. I'm like, yeah, man, you know what you're talking about. And I'm making all these predictions and stuff. And then I hear that there's this other dude on the internet who's making all these predictions, and his name is Zachary K. Hubbard. And he is a shyster. He's a charlatan. He's a grifter. He's a clown. I said it. Anyway, that dude is all about making these predictions, but he was explaining this stuff called gematria. And then I looked into that, and I found out that this is actually a real thing, but it's pronounced gematria. And it started out as a Hebrew thing, like way back in time. And then the Greeks also did an equivalent of it called isopsephy. And Plato, to get into his school, you had to be equally competent with isopsephy as geometry, right? So then people make the connection between geometry in math and gematria in math. So like the English representation of gematria and isopsephy is then called gematria in this community. So I learned all this stuff, and then I'm listening to Hubbard talk about all this stuff, and he's claiming that he makes all these correct predictions, and I'm like, let's get into it, dude, because I make correct predictions. Let's do this thing, because let's make some money. In 2018, they repealed PASPA, which was the law that was federally prohibited people from gambling on sports nationwide, except in Vegas and in Atlantic City, where it was already grandfathered in. So after PASPA was repealed, that was in 2018, the casino that was right across the state line from where I live in Maryland. And in West Virginia, they have this casino in Charlestown. I live in Western Maryland, about 45 minutes west of Baltimore directly and northwest of Washington, D.C. It's like a triangle, 45-minute triangle. The little town I live in is called Frederick. Well, I don't really live in Frederick. I should probably stop telling people where I live on the internet. But anyway, I found out that I could go out to this casino in West Virginia and I could make bets on this stuff and actually make money doing it. But then I found out that you can't really do that because their whole thing is about making money, and it's supported by the state government, and it's called gaming revenue tax, gross gaming revenue tax, GGR tax. If you look up any state, you can look up the GGR tax rate and how much they make off of the sports books or the horse races or the slots and the card games and the dice, you know. So I never did any of that. And when I went with a buddy, he wanted to go play craps. And I was like, what is craps? And he said, well, it's a dice game. You just roll the dice. And, you know, if you know the odds, then you can make money playing craps. And I was like, okay, that sounds stupid. And I would just cut through the whole casino and go straight to the sports book and just make my picks, put the money in, talk to the guy. You used to have to talk to the people. You have to go up to the counter. They'd see your face, so they know you that way. Now it's all digital. If you cash out more than $600, they're going to give you a W-2G form, and they're going to get your ID and make sure that you pay federal taxes on making the money, state taxes, all that. You're paying taxes. That's all gambling is a way to get you to pay more tax than you would if you were just staying home watching the game. All right. So if you're actually going to bet the game and you win and you make money, then they're going to tax you. If you lose, then the sportsbook keeps the money and they just tax the sportsbook. So it's all about the government taking your money. That's all the sports are, is the government taking your money. That's it. That's it. I'm going to pause for a minute and let everybody think about that for 1 second while I think about what I'm going to talk about next. So I shifted from trying to understand the gematria and the elites making all the connections you guys talk about and all that stuff, which I do understand is a thing. And it's fascinating. But it's dangerous because people are going to try to use this to make money gambling, which might work for a little while, and they might pay a lot of taxes on it, but they're also going to get behavioral profiled, and the government's going to know exactly what you do with your time and how much of a degenerate you are and how much you spend time with your kids or your wife and how much you ignore them to go gamble on sports instead. So it's a tricky situation, and I support people choosing not to do it. I think more people should quit betting. So that's why I have my Patreon channel where I analyze the sports outcomes through the prices that the bookies offer so that you can see exactly how it pays out according to the odds, which is something that Mr. Hubbard doesn't do because he's a grifter and he's a charlatan and he just wants everybody's money. And the only way that he's going to get it is if you believe that you can make money gambling, which is why he's always like, oh, congratulations to the winners. Even though he never makes any kind of pick, he just picks both sides of everything. Like, he says he doesn't. He's like, oh, look at my track record. It's perfect. I've been blocked and deleted and everything from that dude's channels. He won't talk to me. He won't talk to me for 1 second. And then I see him on here talking. He's on this channel with this dude, and they constantly argue with each other, but he's just like a one-sided, he's impenetrable. He's just a little fortress of lies. Really, it's kind of embarrassing. It's pathetic. Anyway.
I think really what's most important is the knowledge, right? Just, you know, it's at the end of the day, you know, we're all on the outside looking in, and we identify patterns and, do what we can to try to get ahead of it. And, to each their own. If someone wants to gamble, I mean, that's their own prerogative. But I've always felt that, it's the knowledge that's truly priceless. You know what I mean? Especially because, through Zach, I found Rambo, and like Rambo just completely blew the lid off my dome. I mean,
dude,
the gematria, like, however, it's actually pronounced. Besides the point, in my opinion, the topic's the topic, but Rambo just took it to just a whole other stratosphere. And then over time, I was able to connect with KODI, and same exact thing. And that's what I truly find the most valuable in this quest for truth and knowledge, about what's really going on around us.
Yes. And I appreciate everything you just said. And it mirrors my attitude partially. I am a Gemini, and I kind of have two sides of the same coin. And on one side, I'm totally behind what you're saying. And on the other side, I think what you do with the knowledge is important.
100%.
All that being said, I want to jump back into the gear of your channel and your content here, because I've spent a lot of time since Sunday morning learning how to use Google Slides more efficiently and get a lot of information out here, because my whole life has connected to this stuff. And like you said, Rambo's interpretations of all this stuff have opened my eyes in a way that crosses the line into theology and spirituality and the natural way things work that probably shouldn't be able to be understood. He helps us understand that. So Rambo, thank you, dude. There's my
that's a huge compliment. Thank you. That's a really great compliment. I appreciate that,
man. I think that tarot cards have never been on my radar, and I think that what you've shared about the Hangman card and Trump and my own life, there's a lot to that stuff, for real. There's a lot to it, and I'm learning slowly, but I am, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
big compliment. Thank you.
With all that being said, I do want to dig into the stuff that I have to show for you guys here, which is I'm excited about. So like,
let me give you the screen here. I got you, MVP.
Great. Love it. So what time is it? 11:51. Man, I was just ranting for a while. All right. So this screen we have here, Rambo is just going on about the Super Bowl and the Seahawks and the Patriots. And I chimed in last week about what I noticed with the halftime show with Bad Bunny wearing off-white, cream colored suit with white letters and a name on it, like a jersey, and the number 64. And I shared that brought to my mind the number of the Super Bowl being 60, and 64 would be in the next presidential administration. His name being Ocasio, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being positioned in a similar way as Kamala Harris was back in 2019. And I made a prediction about Kamala Harris back in 2019 that I was able to make because of paying attention to the way that a lot of these things are scripted in the TV shows and stuff, like on HBO. If you don't mind, could you switch it? Wait, yeah, I just want to be able to like kind of look and see everybody's face there. Otherwise,
yeah, no, it's good. Sometimes I want to just do a quick little zoom in on full screen.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind emailing you these PDFs if you want after I'm done talking about them.
Yeah, please.
So, let's see here. So, with the Bad Bunny thing, he sings in Spanish, and Kid Rock had the other alternative concert on the different channel for English. And all of this, it reminded me back of like South Park. I think it was 2004. And there's an episode called The Goobacks, where these people came back in time, and the townspeople in South Park were upset that they were all losing their jobs for these other people who would do them for cheaper. And it reminded me of what was happening all over the country, where some guys like me, if we went out without a license to do some construction for a contractor, he'd pay us cash and it would be all right. And then one day we couldn't really do it so easily because someone else was doing it for half as much money. And the only roadblock was that they didn't speak the same language, because these people spoke Spanish and we spoke English. So this whole Spanish versus English thing, like, I get it. I understand it. So when Rambo was talking about English versus Spanish and Drake May and going into the San Francisco Bay and the Golden Gate Bridge and all this stuff, I was like, there's a lot to this, and I could say a lot about all this stuff. So I just started thinking about a lot. And when he pointed out the red and yellow in the flag and Heinz, me being from Pittsburgh, you know, I know what Heinz is. I know about the ketchup and the mustard. Hell yeah. If you ain't got Heinz ketchup, your ketchup sucks. What do you have, Hunt's? Your ketchup sucks. You need Heinz, you know? So I get it. So red and yellow. So that's what this slide is here. I've got red and yellow on the slide. I'm going to pull it up over on this other screen that I can see bigger. Yeah, all right. So I have flags on the top. That's the Union Jack English flag. That's the blue and red, white, and blue, right? And then the one next to it is the English flag. That's just a red cross on white. And then the Spanish flag, and that's the red and yellow one, which is where the Spanish versus English thing really comes into play. And then the pirate flag, because you're talking about, I forget his name, something Drake. And he was the one who was in the Spanish versus English naval battles.
It was Francis Drake, Sir Francis Drake.
That's right, Francis. And that's the
MVP.
connection.
Sorry, I just want to throw in there, just going back to the very beginning of my presentation, just a fun fact, the NFL draft is being held in Pittsburgh, home of the Pirates, with all of the skull and bones stuff that we were talking about. I just want to throw that in there.
That's very interesting, because a lot of what I'm about to go into has to do with Pittsburgh and hot dogs. So you mentioned the hot dog thing, and I was like, what is he talking about? And then, just a digression, when I did my halftime thing and I found that picture of Ocasio-Cortez, and I picked the one of her doing the O face because Ocasio, right? Just trying to be funny. That reminded me of the place called the O in Pittsburgh, which is the original Frank's, and it was the Beef and Frank's, the House of Beef and Frank's. Anyway, just gonna stop there for a second with that. Go back to ketchup and mustard being red and yellow, and this slide here where I don't have the right one up. Let me change it on your screen. Bang, there we go. Okay, so red and yellow, and then beneath all the flags that I just described, the Union Jack, the English flag, the Spanish flag, the pirate flag, I've also got in living color up there. And that ties in with the red and yellow of McDonald's and the Golden Arches and the Golden Gate Bridge of San Francisco. The red and yellow immediately makes me think of the Roman flag and the Rothschild family, who is behind the central banking cartel of the world. Well, I wouldn't say they're behind it, because it's a lot of people. It's not just them. This is where we get into like silly things that lead to anti-Semitic arguments about the Jews rule the world. I don't want to do that. So the Roman flag is red, and under canon law, you weren't allowed to charge interest on a loan. But if you weren't under canon law because you were Jewish, then you could. And so that's why the Rothschild family was able to charge interest and became a banking family, the Red Shield family. The red is the flag, and it has a gold eagle on it, which looks a lot like the United States Marine Corps flag, which is right there next to it, which is basically the golden eagle on the globe with a golden anchor because of maritime warfare, the age of sail. And the age of sail ended with the Industrial Revolution and railroad tracks. And so that's your first tie to Pittsburgh and the Rust Belt, which is Ohio and all the states that are surrounding the Great Lakes. Because you used to have to take a boat into the lake to get stuff city to city if you weren't going to take a river. So it was all about rivers and lakes and oceans, and water is what moved economies. It's all about bodies of water and the vessels that you have to carry things on the water. Railroad tracks changed all that. And as things went further and further west on land, because the Mississippi River runs north and south, so it was a great barrier. And if you hear the term on this side of the Mississippi, that really used to mean something, because you couldn't just cross the Mississippi River. It divided the nation in half. So unless you have great bridges all up and down that river and railroad tracks to go across the river, you're not getting anywhere past the Mississippi River. It's a huge river. I don't know if you've ever seen a big river, but the Mississippi is a serious river. You can't just take your horse across the river anywhere. You need to find like a really key spot where probably only Native Americans knew about it, how to cross the river way back in time. So railroad tracks and bridges opened up the country for commerce in a way that didn't exist without the railroads. It was all horses and buggies before railroads, which came before cars, which came before highways, which came before the interstate, which didn't come around until Eisenhower said that it should. He's the one that said, we're going to make the interstate highways. So what do you need to make railroad tracks? You need a lot of steel. You need flexible, heavy steel, which is an alloy primarily made of iron ore. So that's why you've got terms like the Iron Men. Like I think of the Pittsburgh basketball team, they had one NBA season of the Iron Men. Before the Steelers were the Steelers, they were the Pirates. And before the Pirates were the Pirates, they were the Alleghenies. And the Allegheny is the river. The other rivers that connect in Pittsburgh are the Ohio River and the Monongahela River, the Mon. We call it the Mon, M-O-N. So the Alleghenies were the baseball team, and they became the Pirates because they traded for a dude from Philadelphia, and everybody thought it was like a backhanded trade and that they were like cheaters for doing it. Like they stole him from Philadelphia. And so they embraced it, and they were like, all right, we'll be the Pirates and we'll raise the Jolly Roger. And every time we win a game, we'll raise the pirate flag. And we've been doing it ever since. Did you know that? That's where the Pirates came from. And so anyway, Iron Men, steel, Steelers, it's all about the railroad tracks and then bridges and then skyscrapers. So once Pittsburgh had supplied the country with all the steel production that it needed, Andrew Carnegie basically sold U.S. Steel out. And he was like, we're giving that shit to China. And then all you people that developed your whole families in Pittsburgh, screw you all. None of you got jobs anymore. And then so Pittsburgh kind of scattered. Everyone had to move away. They had to go find somewhere else to go and go find something else to do for a living. And families were ruined. Well, I don't want to really say that because a lot of people stick together. Families stick together. But livelihoods were ruined. And if you look at the city of Pittsburgh, it's so hilly, you wouldn't think that you would want to build on a lot of the areas that were built on. But they had to, because so many people needed to produce all the steel and needed to live there, that houses were strewn all over the hillsides. And like I make the joke that a road designer wouldn't really know what to do because of all the hills. So it looks like they just kind of paved everywhere. Like they made like a topographical map on a tabletop. And they were like, we're just going to throw cooked spaghetti noodles on it. And wherever they land, that's where we're going to pave. And so that's kind of like what a lot of the paved roads look like. And there's houses on steep steep roadsides and stuff. You wouldn't think that there would be houses, but there are, and it's really it's similar to San Francisco in that way. So it's neat that San Francisco and Pittsburgh are kind of like sister cities in a way, with all the hills. So anyway, after Carnegie sold out U.S. Steel to China, Pittsburgh had to go all over the place. That's why Steelers Nation is a thing. And there's a Steelers bar in any city and town you go to. I bet you all got one in your town. You probably don't know of a place where there's not a Steelers bar or like a Steelers club of Steelers fans everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are. So that's why all that is. It's because of the steel industry and the end of the age of sail, which coincides with the end of slavery. Chattel slavery in the South. And that's due to industrialization and factories being built in the North. And they needed people to fill the factories, and the freed slaves would think it was a good thing to go establish a legacy with a career in a factory, whereas before that, the people who lived in the areas, they didn't want to work in the factories. So the new influx of people coming from the South into all these industrialized cities in like Detroit and Chicago, where they're making cars and stuff like that, New York City, Boston, Baltimore, Washington, well, not so much Washington, D.C. It was so political and the segregation was so strong. Southern cities, it was hard for the freed slaves to beat Jim Crow laws and stuff too. So that's why Jackie Robinson and the number 42 is a big thing. I got a slide coming up with that in the next couple of weeks. But the Great Migration is what that was called. And if you look this up, it's on Wikipedia. The dates for that are like 1910, which coincides with the Income Tax Act and the Federal Reserve Act, which got ratified in 1913. Those two laws changed what was chattel slavery for people who weren't white to taxation for everyone. So that was a big change that happened at the end of the age of sail. And the reason I'm talking about that is because of the armadas and the pirate ships and the naval battles that would happen on these big wooden sailboats and ships, which aren't a thing anymore because of the industrialization, because of the steel production and the usage of metal to build things like modern destroyers and battleships and U-boat submarines that we've been talking about in Rambo's Patreon in the comments. Talk about the Nazi symbolism in the Olympics and how Nazis maybe didn't lose the war. Germany did, but the Nazis maybe didn't. Maybe they got away. Maybe they were absorbed by America, by Operation Paperclip and High Jump and Overcast. And all this stuff led to development of military operations in Antarctica. And, you know, maybe Hitler lived his days out in Argentina instead of dying on April 30th like everybody is taught in school. So, man, so much. Let's get into my slide here, back to Pittsburgh. So what I have here is Heinz 57. And 57 is a special sauce that's not ketchup or mustard that Heinz makes. And that's on my slide because of the red and yellow color that's on the label. And also because I'm a darts player and we talk about all these sports and football, basketball, baseball, hockey, but there's a lot of symbolism in the darts too. Like you guys talk about the red and black and Red Dragon. Red Dragon is a darts brand, and all this stuff's been going on across the pond in England for a long time. And what else do I have on here? Next to the Marine Corps flag is the San Francisco helmet, which is gold with red on it. Next to that, you've got the mascot wearing number 49 for the 49ers, and he's rushing out onto the field, which is reminiscent of the gold rush, which is what the West is known for throughout history. People rushed out there to dig up gold and become rich from gold. Then next to that, the red and yellow flags of the USSR, which was the Soviet Russian flag, and the red and yellow flag of China, which is the Communist Party of China. Below that, I've got Boris Koltsov, who is a Russian professional darts player who was in a lot of my odds sheets that I was studying until one day he wasn't. And I noticed, oh, they kicked Russia out after Russia invaded Ukraine. And the 57 relates to darts. The 57 sauce is a term that I use when I'm playing darts with people, and they switch from the triple 20 to the triple 19 because maybe they had a bad lie with one dart and it was kind of blocking up the area for triple 20 and they needed to throw at something else. The next highest point on the board is the 57, which is the triple 19. So the maximum score you can get in darts is 180. That's 3 triple 20s. The second highest you can get is 177, and that's when you throw 2 triple 20s and 1 triple 19. The label of the Heinz 57 is a 57, and then on this particular box, it comes in a 2-pack. So it says 2 20 full ounce bottles under the 57. And I was like, huh, that's like when you throw 2 triple 20s and then you need to get the 57, right? So that's a connection that I saw. And this is an unrelated thing. And in psychology, it's called apophenia, when you make a connection that doesn't really matter. But you think it does, right? So this has been going on my whole life. I've been noticing things that are connected, but they're not. So when I listen to KODI go on, I'm like, dude, you're like when I do this, but like on steroids. And it's super impressive, KODI. Very impressive what you do. Blows my mind every time I hear you talk. Rambo, same thing with you, especially when you tie in the astrological and the tarot elements of it. Really enlightening, really mind-opening, very insightful. I appreciate it. Anyway, back to what Rambo was saying about noticing the hot dog symbolism with Bill Gates, and in your recent post, what the gates really imply between the silver gate and the golden gate. I don't really want to get into that too much, but that was really cool what you were saying. And the red and yellow also on this slide. Let's see, what do I have here? The Levi's, like you were saying, Bill Gates was eating the hot dog in front of the Levi's, which is what tipped you off about Seattle and the Patriots being in the Super Bowl XL, because in the poster behind him, there was an XL with the Levi's thing. And what brings me into darts, sorry, you guys, I should have made this connection first. I'm not the greatest presenter, but Levi's most famous model of pants is the 501. Well, that is the game of darts that's played professionally, competitively. So I don't know if you can see on that slide close enough, but in the distance in that Levi's storefront there is the number 501 in the back of the store. So I have right beneath that photo, it says 501 jeans, white and black, and then there's a photo of the red Levi's tab on a pair of jeans. And that's the connection that Rambo was making from the hot dog to the darts through Levi's. I hope that makes sense to everybody. On the same tip of red and yellow, I had started talking about San Francisco, the Golden Gate, and the Golden Arches of McDonald's. So then we've got the McDonald's on the left there, and Ronald McDonald, the clown, who wears red and yellow. And then up here in the top, there's the In Living Color reference, and that is in relation to Damon Wayans' character, Homie D. Clown. I don't know if anybody remembers. If you're as old as me, Rambo's got some gray in his beard. He probably remembers too.
I remember Homie the Clown.
Yeah, Homie D. Clown. Homie, don't play that. Smack you with a shoe or whatever it is he has. Or he'll say, I don't think so, right? So when I'm playing darts and somebody puts the pressure on me, and I end up successfully executing my turn, so it doesn't matter how much pressure they put on me because I ended the game. I get the point. I'll say, homie, don't play that. Or I'll say, I don't think so, just like homie the clown. So when you bring up all the red and yellow stuff, and I think about Pittsburgh, and I think about homie the clown, the synchronicity is just surreal, like on a level that is just weird. So anyway, that's why that's all there. And then on the note of white and black, white and off-white, and Spanish and versus English, the cultural clash, the divide and conquer rhetoric that the elites are always trying to control the people with. There's a Homie D cartoon called A Clown Toon where he goes to a white restaurant and the butler dude at the entrance of the restaurant says you have to wear a tie. Homie D Clown's like, well, I'm just gonna, kick your ass. So there he is, kicking the butler's ass, and that's what that is. So I'm gonna go to a different slide here. All right, this next slide is about naval stuff and the Seahawks, how they wore their all Navy uniforms for the third time in the third Super Bowl that they went to. So the Naval Academy, they wear navy blue, of course, that's where the term comes from. And their mascot is a sheep. It's a ram. And they're the same colors almost, navy blue instead of royal blue, right? There's royal blue in the Rams. But they're the same mascot. It's basically a goat with horns. And a ram is a technique that the old sailboats would use to sink each other. If they weren't firing cannons from the side, they'd try to ram you with that big post in the front of the ship. So I'm pretty sure I have that there on the slide, kind of pointing right at the LA, with the ram right under it. That's supposed to symbolize the ship ramming another ship. And on the ships, they have rigging, which is kind of like rigged sports, right? The term is the same. You set something up so that it's going to do what you want it to do. You can control the sails by rigging them up. And they did this with ropes. And on the far right of the slide there, underneath where it says PDC, those are called dead eyes. And they're thick pieces of wood that have holes drilled in them that guide ropes. And I'll just read what this says. In darts, the bullseye is a double 25, and 3 double bullseyes is called a dead eye. It's worth 150. And in sailing, a dead eye is a wooden block with holes in it used for rigging ships, also called tackle block and tackle dead eyes. In pirate terminology, a dead eye is a skilled marksman or pistol shooter. You were talking about quarterbacks being gunslingers. Well, pirates were gunslingers too. And a good one was called a dead eye. All right. So the Seahawks wore the navy blue. The goat ram mascot is the same as the LA Rams. The LA Rams are the same color as the Ukraine flag. Just want to throw that out there. Since the age of sail ended and industrialization took over and we started making things out of metal, we also started using fuels like petroleum fuels, vegetable oil fuels. Actually, the first cars ran on hemp and peanut oil, and plastics were made out of hemp oil. And diesel fuel, you can make biodiesel. So diesel fuel is a more efficient fuel than gasoline, which is more efficient than gasoline cut with ethanol made from corn. So part of the reason that they don't grow hemp is the monopoly on newspaper, to print newspaper. This dude named William Randolph Hearst had a big part in that. He was a timber guy, and he wanted to make sure all the newspapers were made out of timber and not hemp. But anyway, it's a digression from the point, which is nuclear power. And this dart player called Luke the Nuke, Luke Littler. He's a young dart player. He has taken world darts by storm. He's the best in the world. He's been playing since he was 18 months old. He's now, I think, 19. Might have just turned 19 January. And in that picture I have there, he's doing a celebration that looks like he's reeling in a fishing line. And that's because when he hits a big fish, which is a term for 170 out shot, which is where you hit a triple 20 again for 120, which leaves 50, and you have one dart left, you hit the double bull, that brings it down to 0. So that's how you win on what's called a big fish. And when he does that, he does the celebration where he reels in the big fish. And that's Luke the Nuke Littler. And the submarines and aircraft carriers, a lot of them are nuclear powered. And he's Luke the Nuke. So that's that slide. And I wanted to talk about the blue and yellow and the purple and yellow in Pittsburgh all at the same time. And I got another slide for that. And this is about where I come from. This is my mom's dad. All right. So see, the Pittsburgh colors are black and yellow, but they're also blue and yellow. Pittsburgh University is the Panthers, and they're blue with yellow. There's also a Catholic high school in Pittsburgh called Central Catholic. That's where my grandfather went. And their mascot is the Vikings, blue and yellow Vikings. But the NFL Vikings are purple and yellow, and they're from Minnesota, which I'll get to later. Has to do with San Francisco, Colin Kaepernick, George Floyd. All right, so my mother's father, his initials are CJK, and those gematria equivalents are 3, 10, 11. And there's a big CK theme going through here where 3 and 11 are together to make the 33, which is big for the Masons. So he was born on April 7th, and that's 47. That's another big number in gematria. 1926 is when he was born in Pittsburgh. He went to Central Catholic High School. Central Catholic is CC, which is 33. And he played for the Vikings. He was the varsity quarterback, and he set all the records. This is my grandfather. He set all the records for Central Catholic High School. He also played baseball. I don't know if he set any records, but he was the football quarterback, and he set all the records. He went to the Naval Academy, and that was in Annapolis, which is between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. And he graduated there in 1949. And he went on to become a 4-star general in the Marine Corps. Well, about 40 years later, a guy named Dan Marino came to Central Catholic High School, and he obliterated all my grandfather's records. Dan Marino. He wore number 13, and the school retired number 13 because he was that good. Everybody knows how good Dan Marino was. All right. He went to Central Catholic, played for the Vikings, beat all my grandfather's records. He passed for 1,334 yards. He got 15 touchdowns. That was in 1979. He also played baseball. He was a pitcher. He went 12-0, and he batted .500. That is unreal if you understand baseball stats. Anybody who bats 500 is just out of this world. Good. 12-0 as a pitcher. Amazing. All right. So he also retired jerseys there for baseball. 13 was retired for football and baseball by Dan Marino. He also wore number 18, which is the number I wore on my lacrosse jersey. He also wore number 20. Those didn't get retired because his number was 13 as a senior. That was the number he cared about. And they retired it for Miami too, and for Pitt. He went to Pitt after Central Catholic, which is also blue and yellow. After high school, he was immediately drafted by the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City again, KC 11-3-33. He did not play for the Royals. He went to Pitt to play quarterback. And then he went on to become the NFL MVP in 1984 for the Dolphins of Miami. He got the Burt Bell Award, Player of the Year, also 1984. And the very first year he was eligible for the Hall of Fame in 2005, he was inducted. As soon as they were like, Dan Marino qualifies, he was in. That's how good he was. He was the guy that ended up beating all my grandfather's records at Central Catholic. And there's some pictures of my grandfather playing for the Naval Academy and a picture of him as a general in the Marine Corps. And then there's some pictures of Dan Marino and his baseball and football jerseys. Then at the bottom, there's a picture of the Central Catholic Viking, and then some fanfare, some merchandise, and a 23 jersey from Central Catholic. That was just on there because of all this stuff with 23. I'm fascinated with all of it, and that happened to be on the Google Images. It wasn't like I could just pick from any number. That was just up there as the one that didn't have like Dan Marino's face next to it. All right, so that's my Pittsburgh slide with my grandfather and Dan Marino. My grandfather, the Marine, who was then overcome by Marino. So isn't that neat that their names are so similar? Well, what he did and then Marino's name is similar. All right. And then you guys were talking last week, I think it was last week, a lot about Mary and the significance of the name Mary. And this is huge in Catholic theology, the Virgin Mary. So now I have this slide. Oh, whoops, wrong screen. Here we go. And along comes Mary. And I talk a lot about the Bloodhound Gang. I love their music. It's crude, but I love it. So along comes Mary. And my grandfather married a woman named Mary Margaret White. And I was just going on about off-white and white last week and didn't really think of it at the time until I started making all these connections between my grandfather, the Marine, and Dan Marino, and how he married Mary Margaret White, and how Ocasio-Cortez could end up in the White House. There's a lot of stuff with white. I ended up buying a White House myself. But Mary Margaret White, 13, 13, 23, M is 13, W is 23. Her initials are MMW. That's my mom's mom. And she was born December 20th, 1926. Her mother was from France. She was a French tutor. And her mother married John Sylvester White, who was the Speaker of the House of Delegates in Maryland from 1944 to 46. He was of Irish and French descent. He met her at a Naval Academy dance sometime in the 40s in Annapolis in the state of Maryland. Right? So all this stuff being Mary Central is pretty wild to me. That's on the Chesapeake Bay, which is another large body of water where there's a lot of brackish tributaries. Brackish means it's half freshwater, half saltwater, and the Maryland terrapins live in brackish water. Washington, D.C. is very close to Annapolis. Annapolis is where the Naval Yard is, Naval Academy. Department of Defense, the Pentagon, right by D.C. That's between Maryland and Virginia. So Virgin Mary is a central theme to the establishment of the nation's capital, which used to be in Philadelphia, but it moved to the area that was owned by a guy named Francis Pope. And when I learned about all this stuff and put all this together, the Pope's name was Francis. And just a digression, the Pope, Francis, became Pope not because the previous Pope died. He abdicated. And typically the Pope has to die. He doesn't just quit. He's got to die. Right? So this Pope didn't die. He just quit to make room for this other Pope. And it turns out that the Pope who quit, Benedict, he was a Nazi youth. He was an SS youth. And so I thought that was weird that like a dude who was affiliated with the Nazis at all would ever get to be a Pope, unless they're kind of on the same team in some secret kind of way, which is part of all the work that you guys do. Is kind of like another reason I think the Bloodhound Gang is appropriate for all this is because you guys act like bloodhounds. Like you guys are sniffing out clues and shit like that. My mom is pretty certain that her mom, after she died, and she died on November 11th, 1976. My mom's mom died on November 11th, 1976. She met my dad on November 11th, 1978. And she's convinced that her mom's spirit connected with my dad and sent my dad to her in a spiritual kind of way. There might be something to that. So, yeah, she passed away December 23rd, She passed away November 11th. She married my grandfather on December 23rd, 1949. He graduated from the Naval Academy in 1949. My mom was born in 1956. She's got two older brothers. My dad was born in 1953. Then I got this lyric from the Bloodhound Gang. When we met, I was sure out to lunch. Now my empty cup tastes as sweet as the punch. Then on the top here, we've got statues, white statues of the Mary. And beneath all that, I've got a picture of the rosary because there's all this rose symbolism in the image here. And the herb rosemary has a purple flower on it. Lavender, really. And then up here, last week, you guys were talking about Marys in the media, and you've got Cameron Diaz there with her hair with the stuff in it. And the movie poster that's got her in I think it's a pink skirt there. But in this scene in the movie with the hair up at the dinner, she's got a red shirt on. So there's a white and red theme going on here. And in the Bloodhound Gang video, And Along Comes Mary, which is a remake. I don't know if it's like a cover, but the original song was made by The Association in 1966. And the Bloodhound Gang song came out in 1999. And in the music video, they're all wearing white and red. And he jumps up in the air in the beginning, and he's got his arms stretched out, and it looks like a crucifix, sort of. And then below that, you see in the music video, it's got a guy and a girl, and they're on a date, and the guy's making fun of the the band on the radio, which is the Bloodhound Gang CD. So the Bloodhound Gang has the dude making fun of their band at the beginning of the music video. And then they order their food, and the driver of the car in the convertible at the drive-in theater is making fun of the clerk at the fast food at the counter, making fun of his earrings, saying his mom has earrings just like that. Called him a robot. And then they end up watching Half Baked, where the woman in the movie is Mary Jane. And there's a picture of him looking kind of upset at the driver from the booth. And then there he is, the driver, coming to deliver popcorn and drinks, and the drinks are in red Solo cup, red and white. And the lyric in the song is about sweet as the punch. So then I put a picture of a red Solo cup and a red punch bowl full of red punch. And then below that, it says sweet as the punch, because at the end of the music video, the singer of the band, the Bloodhound Gang, Jimmy Pop, he actually gets the girl and he's sitting in the car with her and she's feeding him popcorn. So next to that, I've got something about Mary, who's got the brother who wore the red earmuffs, and he's always looking for his baseball. He's like, have you seen my baseball? And he also says, have you seen my wiener? And wiener is another word for hot dog. And he says Franks and beans in the movie. Franks and beans, Franks and beans. So all this is hot dog symbolism again. And then I have a picture of Seal, because of the references you guys make to Batman all the time. And there's Seal with the song Kiss from a Rose from 1994. And here he is doing the one eye symbolism. He's got his eye closed and the eye is actually on his ring. So that might tie into whatever you were talking about with the ring symbolism Cody's going to get into. And then there's the white and black and red Batman logo there as well. So that's what that slide is basically about all this Mary symbolism and the fact that my grandfather married a woman named Mary. He became a Marine, and Dan Marino beat all his records in Pittsburgh. Right, what else I got here? Right, so now this is the really fun one that I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to save that for a second. First, let's go to this one. Rambo, you just posted a thing about the Guadalupe Mary necklace that the Green Day dude was wearing.
Yeah, Billy Joe. It was the Virgin of Guadalupe.
Yeah, Billy Joe Armstrong and the Virgin of Guadalupe. And Billy Joe Armstrong and the High Priestess both equaled the 87 in the reduction gematria. So I have here a slide that's all about that. I used a image of the tarot card in the top center here. And I just want to note that in your post earlier, you had Lady Gaga and she was wearing a light blue dress. And that's the same color as the dress in the tarot card. Also, I've got the Kansas City Chiefs tying into the red and yellow again with the number 87 because Travis Kelce was 87. And I feel like Taylor Swift kind of fits the High Priestess role culturally recently. Basically, her whole career, she's like the biggest female pop star of our time. Well, her Eras tour was coincidental. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, I can make that a little bigger. Yeah, her Eras tour was coincidental with the Chiefs' final 2 AFC championship seasons. Now, they didn't make the playoffs this year, but the last 2 seasons that they did were during her Eras tour. And she was dating one of the players, number 87. Isn't that fitting? She released Life of a Showgirl, which is her most recent album, on October 3rd. And the only artist who has sold more records, I don't know about sold more, but streamed more, like on Spotify streams, global streaming counts, is Bad Bunny. And that's probably the reason he was selected for the Super Bowl halftime show, is because he's just the most popular statistically in the world. He is. Bad Bunny total global streams in 2025 was 5.9 billion. Taylor Swift's was 3.64 billion. So he got her by 2 billion plus. That's significant. Bad Bunny, his music is more popular than hers. So people who are upset about Spanish versus English need to recognize that the globe wants that more. There are more people listening to that than her. There are more people listening to his Spanish music than her English music.
Could just say something real quick? This was not Bad Bunny's first Super Bowl rodeo. He was at Super Bowl 54, but he wasn't the headliner. And it was almost an entirely Spanish language halftime show. Super Bowl 54 is in Miami. Everybody forgets it because this whole Spanish versus English thing is manufactured. So there's a time of big division now. And they're trying to find every reason to divide people. Christian, Muslim. They're really going off on Muslims now. Politicians are saying things they never would have dreamed of in the past. You know, Barack Obama putting out Donald Trump posting a picture of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as monkeys. It's so over the top now. But just to clarify, Bad Bunny has been to a Super Bowl before. It was in Super Bowl 54. It was Spanish language, and everyone forgets it because they weren't trying to manufacture division at the time.
Not as hard anyway. They're always trying to manufacture division.
Yeah, now it's at another level because they're doing things and it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's a turning point, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And isn't it unique that the other alternative concert was on Turning Point Network or whatever?
Yeah, so back when they had Super Bowl 54, there were no complaints. There was no alternative English language halftime show. That's something that's being done right now at this moment in time, but it's over the top. It's to get a reaction out of everybody and hate the other side.
Yeah, I agree.
Things like the cartoon with Obama as a monkey, like it's so over the top. Like they're so desperate to get a reaction. You're supposed to hate Trump and hate Republicans in return, and I guess Trump supporters supposed to. Anyway, it's they're saying stuff with Muslims. There's stuff going on in Gaza. The whole they had one in England with the I think he's the chairman of Manchester United. He comes out with a comment about Muslims saying other, I guess, races and nationalities have colonized England. It's so manufactured and it's not natural. They're being told to do it. The division, because you never saw this much. Once in a while, a ridiculous comment, but just to clarify, this doesn't have to, the English Spanish thing doesn't have to be a big deal because they had it before and everyone forgets.
Yeah,
just
the term is egregious. It's egregious what they're doing.
Yeah.
So anyway, that ties into the Sydney Sweeney advertisement. Whoops. American Eagle Outfitters, Sydney Sweeney advertisement. It was a play on the word jeans. She's got great jeans. So then the political left comes out and says that was controversial because they were saying it's racist, saying that that's pointing towards white supremacy and eugenics. Oops. And that's relevant to the light versus dark, Spanish versus English theme that is omnipresent in United States political divisive rhetoric, is what I have written here. And then I have a quote from Harris Faulkner, who is on the Fox News program Outnumbered. And she says, I thought what that meant was that she was wearing some great jeans. I guess I'm really naive. I've lived this long to be naive. But I also don't see everything through the prism of race. And I think you can find whatever it is you think you're looking for. They wanted to see it this way, so they did. That's what she had to say about it on the Fox News show Outnumbered. And I agree with her. And she's not a white lady saying that. And she points out that she's not white and she lives with a white Jewish guy. So it is possible not to fall for the rhetoric, even in your own home. Back to the Chiefs and Taylor Swift. Chiefs won Super Bowl 49, right? No, 54. No, what was it?
I don't know. I lose track of these.
Yeah, that's 54. LIV is 54. That's when Andy Reid got his first Super Bowl appearance, I believe, and he won with the Chiefs on
that's where Bad Bunny was. His first Super Bowl halftime show was that one.
Oh, wow. That makes this slide even more tied into the Guadalupe thing as well. Okay, so February 2nd, 2022, that's a big row of twos. And that ended up being Andy Reid's 222nd all-time win as a head coach that day, too. He previously coached the Eagles. And there's Sydney Sweeney with the American Eagle ad. He was in 6 NFC title appearances, and he lost all of them with the Eagles. Kansas City Chiefs, there's the KCC 11-3-3. They won every divisional championship from 2016 to 2024. PASPA was repealed in 2018, and the Chiefs were in every Super Bowl except for 2022. So if you were thinking there was a guarantee for the 2-2-2 to line up for the Chiefs, it didn't happen that year. That was Joe Burrow, and I predicted that ahead of time as well. Okay, so PASPA was repealed. They didn't go to 2022. That was Super Bowl 56. Missouri sports betting failed 7 consecutive votes until November 2024, which was while Kelsey was dating Taylor Swift and she was doing the Eras Tour. So there was a huge amount of influence from Taylor Swift and the Chiefs on sports betting in Missouri. They couldn't get over the line to get sports betting legalized in Missouri until Taylor Swift was practically on the Chiefs, in the stadiums, watching the games on TV. Missouri sports betting was legalized by a margin of 0.5%. So they barely got it, 50.5% to 49.5%, November 2024. The 16 licensed operators gave away $125 million in free bets in the first month, and that basically nullified any tax money that the state was going to get. So they're kind of not happy that they legalized sports betting because they're not getting the money for education that they thought. However, they do think that over the years they'll get it. NFL has partnered with the 2 top online sports books, and once sports betting was legal in Missouri, the Chiefs didn't even make the playoffs in 2025. I don't think that's a coincidence. This all ties into the rig sports. They won all those seasons while they couldn't bet in Missouri, and then as soon as they can all bet from their smartphones at home, they're all betting on the Chiefs, and the Chiefs aren't doing it. So they lost the Super Bowl before Missouri could bet at the very last second. They still had to get it all going. Maybe they could have bet on that game, but I don't think a lot of people were into betting yet. and they lost to the Eagles. Andy Reid lost to his old team. All right. Then on the far side over here, we got Sidney Crosby. And that ties into this because of the name Sidney and because his number is 87. High Priestess 87. And Sidney Crosby's number 87, captain of the Pittsburgh Penguins, nicknamed Sid the Kid. Another nickname is the Next One, and that's insinuating the Great One, like Mario Lemieux, like Wayne Gretzky, the two great ones. He was the first overall draft pick in 2005. In his 2026 NHL season, he's 38 years old. I heard you talking a lot about 38 recently. Forget what that had to do with, though.
Yeah, I actually correctly predicted that a touchdown would be scored by named Stevenson, the running back for the New England Patriots, because he wore number 38, and it tied back to the Pittsburgh Steelers connection with Hines Ward. His birthday is 3/8, March 8th, and Tom Brady's is 8/3. And Tom Brady he did the coin toss at the Super Bowl where Hines Ward was the MVP. And there's a bunch of 83s and Gematria. That's actually where I came up with the 38. But I looked at who wears number 38. And they have a tandem running back, so it wasn't that obvious a pick. Number 38, Stevens of the New England Patriots, who did score a touchdown. That's the context in which I mentioned 38.
Gotcha. Yeah, I do remember that actually, the touchdown prediction that you made. But I thought there was more to the 38 that had to do with like something else with the feminine thing, sacred feminine thing. But maybe I was wrong. So anyway, he's 38 this season. He was born August 8th in 87. I'm sorry, August 7th in 87. So not only is his number 87, but he was born 8/7 in 87. His signing bonus was $8.7 million. He's a three-time Stanley Cup champion, back-to-back 2016-17 Stanley Cup champion. The new Pittsburgh Penguins stadium that replaced the one called the Igloo is PPG Paints Arena. And that opened on August 18th, 2010. And it features the Kids Zone. And it replaces the Big Igloo Civic Arena. And the capacity is 18,187. It's called the Paint Can, also known as the house that Crosby built. He's also the captain of Team Canada and just became Canada's all-time leading point scorer in the Olympics as of this 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Olympics. He's two-time gold Olympic medalist, seeking his third gold. And this year's Olympics is different than all the years past as far as the uniforms for Canada, because they're usually red and white, but now they're red and gold. Isn't that neat? After the whole San Francisco thing that we've been on, and the red and yellow thing with the Heinz and the ketchup and the mustard and the Spanish flag, and with your red and black stuff that you were talking about, they're putting a black maple leaf on the jerseys now, which is new. They never did that. Well, I think they might have done it before, but never like this. Not a big black leaf like this. So things changing from white to something else. Turning point again. Also on the tarot card, it's about the crescent moon. And I just wanted to point out that my contributions here in the past couple of weeks, chiming in on the channel here, have been during the first waning crescent moon of 2026. So I think that's pretty interesting. All right. Now, I started a slide and I really didn't get much time to finish it, but it's all about the CK thing, 311, 33, navy blue, white, black, red, yellow, gold, and purple. And I've got your picture there of Charlie Kirk with the ice hat on, with the yellow on black. And they typically are navy blue with white ice, but here the ice is yellow. So that reminded me of this, which is a Frank Zappa suite from 1974. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can actually see this. So Frank Zappa, FZ 626, and the Spanish word for ice is yellow, right?
Yep, yellow.
Okay. So here I've got hot dog neons, and that's because of his name being Frank and because of Pittsburgh famous hot dog place, the House of Beef, that was opened by Sidney and Morris Simon a block away from Forbes Field in 1960, also known as the original Franks and Burgers, also known as the original hot dog shop, Essie's original hot dog shop. Essie was Esther. That was Sidney's wife, aka the O. AKA the Dirty O, affectionately due to drunken late night college patronage from the local Duquesne and University of Pittsburgh students. My parents frequented the Dirty O, and they met on November 11th, 1978, like I already mentioned when I was talking about how my grandfather met his wife on my grandfather's wife died on November 11th. My mom's mom died on November 11th. She thinks that she sent my dad to her on November 11th. All this was while Dan Marino was at Central Catholic between 1974 and 1979, breaking all of her father's records. They closed April of 2020. And that's a picture of the place in Oakland. Oakland is a neighborhood of Pittsburgh, where Pittsburgh University is. So there's the original hot dog place. And then I have a picture of Sidney Crosby and Bam Morris because of the names of the guys who opened the hot dog place were Sidney and Morris Simon. So two famous Pittsburgh players are Sidney and Bam Morris.
Can I say something real quick about the Oakland neighborhood? In my decode, remember the fan who fell from the stands at PNC Park? Kevon Markwood? 5 months later, he fully recovered and he threw out the opening pitch against the Oakland A's. And I said that's why they picked the Oakland A's as the opponent, because it's a reference to Oakland, the neighborhood where Forbes Field was, where they filmed Angels in the Outfield. It was a fallen angels ritual. That's why they had him throw out against the Oakland A's.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the A's have that yellow mustard in their uniform as well. They're green and yellow, so that yellow was consistent.
Okay, that's very interesting. So, the Igloo came around the same year Dan Marino did, 1961. Dan Marino was born. Civic Arena was born, called the Igloo. All right, now Frank Zappa. How do I do this? Go over here. Frank Zappa put out a suite in 1974, and a suite is a collection of songs. This is 4 songs. The first one is called Don't Eat the Yellow Snow. The album's called Apostrophe, and he's got an apostrophe in a pair of parentheses, which kind of looks like a lemon. And I made it emphasized by making the parentheses yellow and the apostrophe green. So Don't Eat the Yellow Snow, the lyrics go, I dreamed I was an Eskimo, frozen wind began to blow under my boots and around my toes. The frost that bit the ground below, it was 100 degrees below zero. And my mama cried, Nanook, a no, don't be a naughty Eskimo. Save your money, don't go to the show. Well, I turned around and I said, ho, ho. and the northern lights commenced to glow. And she said, with a tear in her eye, "Watch out where the huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow." So I put a couple of pictures of the Yukon Huskies mascot and logo there, because I don't know if there's something to be seen about the Yukon Huskies here coming up because of the ice on Charlie Kirk's hat being yellow instead of white, right? So if the Huskies piss on some ice, it'll be yellow. So the next song is called Nanook Rubs It. And those lyrics are, it's basically telling a story. Well, right about that time, people, a fur trapper who was strictly from commercial had the unmitigated audacity to jump up from behind my igloo, and he started into whipping on my favorite baby seal with a lead-filled snowshoe. He said, "Peekaboo." He went right upside the head of my favorite baby seal. He went whap with a lead-filled snowshoe, and he hit him on the nose, and he hit him on the fin, and that got me just about as evil as an Eskimo boy can be. So I bent down, and I reached down, and I scooped down, and I gathered up a generous mittenful of the deadly yellow snow, the deadly yellow snow from right there where the Huskies go. Whereupon I proceeded to take that mittenful of the deadly snow crystals and rub it all into his beady little eyes with a vigorous circular motion hitherto unknown to the people of this area, but destined to take the place of the mud shark in your mythology. Here it goes now, the circular motion. Rub it. Here, Fido. And then in a fit of anger, I pounced, and I pounced again. Great googly moogly. I jumped up and down on the chest of I injured the fur trapper. Well, he was very upset, as you can understand, and rightly so, because the deadly yellow snow crystals had deprived him of his sight. And he stood up and he looked around, and he said, "I can't see. I can't see. Oh, woe is me. I can't see. No, I can't see. No, He took a dog-do snow cone and stuffed it in my right eye. He took a dog-do snow cone and stuffed it in my other eye. And the husky the doggy wee-wee, has blinded me, and I can't see temporarily." Well, the fur trapper stood there with his arms outstretched across the frozen white wasteland to try to figure out what he's going to do about his deflected eyes. And it was at that precise moment that he remembered an ancient Eskimo legend wherein it is written on whatever it is that they write on up there, that if anything bad ever happens to your eyes as the result of some sort of conflict with anyone named Nanook, the only way you can get it fixed up is to go trudging across the tundra mile after mile, trudging across the tundra right down to the parish of St. Alfonso. Right? So that's the end of that song, and then it goes right into the next song called St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast. Now I want to pause there because St. Alfonso doesn't exist, but there's a St. Alphonsus, and St. Alphonsus' feast day is August 1st, as you've been mentioning. You haven't been mentioning it in the context of St. Alfonso's feast day, but I bring it up because St. Alphonsus is he's known for redemption, and August 1st was the day that I had a spine surgery in 2024, so I was sort of redeemed in a way on August 1st, which happened to be this guy's feast day, which I didn't realize until I started researching into this song that I had remembered, triggered by seeing the yellow ice on Charlie Kirk's hat that you brought up in your video. So, St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast. Yes, indeed, here we are at St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast, where I stole the margarine and wheedled on the bingo cards in lieu of the latrine. I saw a handsome parish lady make her entrance like a queen, while she was totally chenille, and her old man was a marine, as she abused a sausage patty and said, "Why don't you treat me mean?" At St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast, where I stole the margarine. And in parentheses, it says, "Wow, good God, get off the bus." And that reminds me again of Bam Morris, who was known as the bus for the Steelers. That was his nickname. The
As
bus.
was Jerome Bettis.
Oh, wait. I got them mixed up. Ben Morris was not the bus. You're right. Jerome Bettis was the bus.
Yeah,
Ben
yeah.
Morris was not the bus.
JB, like the twin pillars. J and B, Jerome Bettis. All those,
Yep.
look out for the J and B's. Yeah.
Also, like Joe Biden and Joe Burrow.
Yep.
So then the last part of the song is Father Oblivion. And this one, I don't really want to read out loud. This one's kind of goofy. And it's about, basically, it's about a leprechaun that strokes it into the pancake batter at the pancake breakfast. But the end of the song, it says, "Don't you eat my sleazy pancakes just for saintly Alfonso. They're so light and fluffy white, we'll raise a fortune by tonight. They're so light and fluffy brown, they're the finest in the town." So I thought that tied into the whole white and not white thing, right? So this whole thing started with Charlie Kirk's hat and the black and yellow instead of the navy blue and white. So that's what I got for you guys. Oh, and then on that note, we're all talking about dogs, and I talk about my dog and how it just decapitated a rabbit like last month. It was running around at my dad's house and it cornered a rabbit, and he got him. He ripped his head off. There's my dog. He's cute, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't look vicious.
He's not until he sees a rabbit or a squirrel. All right. So this is all about fine art and a joke that I made. First of all, if you haven't heard of Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, they're two expressionist artists that were covertly funded by the CIA back in the Cold War era. So I have it here written. Jackson Pollock was a crummy artist from Wyoming. He lived January 28, 1912 to August 11th, 1956. 8 times 11 is 88. You were mentioning the 88 thing. I don't know if that has anything here, but Mark Rothko was a slightly less crummy artist from Russia, critically acclaimed for his work in color theory and creating obnoxiously huge pieces. I think he was a no-talent hack. He was also funded by the CIA for Cold War propaganda, and he famously made paintings. One was called Yellow and Red. So that ties into Spanish flag and everything like that. Ketchup and mustard, etc. San Francisco colors. These pieces sell for a lot of money. Here, the 1948 piece number 5 by Pollock sold in 2006 for $140 million, which was a record-breaking price at the time, making it the most expensive painting ever sold. And all this dude did was like fling paint. He was just a flinger. He didn't actually have any approach to talentfully making art. He just flung the paint on there. And here, the painting was originally purchased in 1949 by collector Alfonso Osorio for $1,500. Passed through several hands, including David Geffen, who sold it to Mexican financier David Martinez, which is one of Bad Bunny's names. And it was brokered by Sotheby's auctioneer Tobias Meyer. As of late 2025, its estimated insurance value is $300 million for a painting. $300 million. So I wrote a text message to a friend of mine who's a really talented artist, and I said the fine art entitled Garbage, and that's this duct tape banana right here, where this lady is eating a banana in front of it. This duct tape banana, tell the story about that. I wrote this text message on January 27th, so this was just a few weeks ago, before I started to pay attention to your channel and get involved with you guys here. The fine art entitled Garbage, which is a banana duct taped to a wall, had an estimated value of $120,000 when it was devoured by a Portuguese gallery visitor. Of course, Garbage would have to be reinstalled, replicated, if you will, since it had been proven to be discarded food in an instance of finders keepers, which exhibited the intrinsic value of the art piece to be its caloric content and some might argue its fruity flavor as well. However, this subjectivity begs the age-old question regarding diamonds versus water. The replicated installation of Garbage was soon followed by its sale. The fine art piece, however, is in fact a perishable organic creation of nature, destined to rot and decompose wherever it may be duct taped to a wall. Therefore, the art piece could not actually be sold, as that would be a rotting piece of garbage and hold no real value. So the sale was for the exclusive rights and a roll of duct tape for $6.2 million, giving the owner the exclusive human right to duct tape a banana to a wall in the actual context of the fine art piece called Garbage. In the pretentiously delusional spirit of Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, this woman posed for a photo of herself eating a fresh banana as she stood near the fine art piece, Garbage, and I think this is iconic. The moral of the story is that Mark Rothko and Jackson Pollock are also decomposing garbage. Happy Tuesday. And today happens to be Tuesday, or I guess it was an hour ago. Name was Maurizio Catalan, like cattle. A banana duct taped to a wall sold for $6.2 million. So my friend who is an artist says, so much conceptual art is a scam. Damien Hirst, for example, is a con man, not an artist. I do not like much of conceptual art, and I do not think it will carry any weight in art history once we get past the marketing. The art world is filled with opportunists who have contacts among the rich, usually because of family connections, and those dingbats are the ones running galleries. That's a big reason I don't paint anymore. The other side of it is that most of the concepts in conceptual art have the depth of an elementary school diorama, not some masterwork of philosophical thought. It's shallow people with shallow thoughts trying to scam a buck and get attention. So, because of that, and the Frank Zappa Yellow Snow influence, I sent to a bunch of friends a picture of the snow that we had gotten and my dog out there basically making dog do in the snow. And I said, check it out. My doggy, Mace Windu, that's my dog's name, deserves credit for the fine art he made in my yard. He was inspired after I showed him some expensive pieces of fine art created by Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko. He can't use words, but we have a telepathic bond, and he thinks that Rothko's Red and Yellow was a near-perfect title for an art piece that was simply the colors red and yellow. So he would like this one to be brown and yellow, and mostly white. However, the expressionist nature of Pollock's influence on the piece can't go unmentioned, and he has a very healthy sense of humor, so he asked me to zoom in and titled the captured photo, Who Flung Poo? The Freeze. With the emoji, he insisted. Dude, my dog is a genius producer of fine art. And then I sent it to some other people. I said, here's the artist himself. He peers longingly at a Rothko-sized canvas, just wishing I would feed him the eggs and nacho cheese fondue to express himself all over it, just like Jackson Pollock would do. He's such a master of his craft. The world deserves to pay top dollar for something like that. There he is waiting to go outside, and I said, he's going to go make some more art. Put some pictures of Mace Windu there with a purple lightsaber. And then I have a whole bunch more to get into that I'm not going to get into now because I haven't made any slides, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. But this ties into more of the race thing and the Nazi thing by way of the movies The Color Purple and Schindler's List.
Wow, that is sounds deep. I've done more. Yeah, I've done more on the Nazi theme than anyone else. But yeah, that's a lot for one show. And yeah, thanks for expanding on a lot of the topics that I brought up.
Yeah, man. Pretty much everything that I came up with here is what's known in psychology as apophenia, where you make connections between things that aren't related. But I can't stop from doing that like my whole life. And that's what I pick up from ever since I heard of Zach Hubbard and Gematria in the decoding of sports and news and world events. So that's why I wanted to contribute and call in last week and call in this week and mention the Frank Zappa thing. That was really the prime thing that went through my head that I was driven to communicate with, was that the yellow snow bit.
Yeah, it ties right in. Also with Charlie Kirk and that yellow ice absolutely ties in. So
yeah, that's where it came from.
Husky symbol. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's probably a lot more, but like I said, I'm kind of just like all over the place with it. I don't know how to tie things together like you guys do, but just wanted to share.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, great stuff, MVP. Just as a reminder for those that are watching, what was your link for the Patreon? I'll dump it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it here. So my Patreon's typically just going to be like sports analysis, odds analysis. And that's what that is.
Yeah, I'll make sure to pin it once I see it show up in the chat. I had kind of one final closing thing. I just kind of started playing around with a couple visuals as I was listening to your presentation. And I think you guys will appreciate this just because it ties in so many different things, but so simply into a movie that's coming out this year. This year, I don't know if you guys knew, but there's so many movies that are coming out this year that are like sequels or part 3, part 4, part 5 kind of stuff. Not a whole lot of original things going on. MVP, I still don't see the link in the chat, but once I do, I'll make sure to pin it on the screen. But take note of this, you guys. Seriously, Rambo, get your notebook out because I think this is big. We need to keep an eye on Toy Story 5. Right? We talked about June 19th today, or was Michael Jordan's birthday. Michael Jordan was drafted on June 19th, the real King James's birthday. Right? Now we have Toy Story 5 being released on June 19th this year, Cody's birthday. Okay. But what was a lot of MVP's conversation? Think about the characters of Toy Story. Slinky the dog. He's a slinky. He's a long dog. He's like a wiener dog, essentially. Right?
Yep.
So you got the hot dog symbolism there. What is Woody's right-hand gal? Jessie.
Oh, okay.
So now you got Jessie in the mix. And shout out to Toy Story 2 is when they released another character by the name of Bullseye, who's a horse. Bullseye, we talked about the Bulls, Chicago, and how I equals 35, just like Chicago and all those things. Bullseye, and it goes right into everything you were talking about, MVP, with darts and the bullseye. Well, Bullseye just so happens to be the name of the horse in Toy Story, who is kind of Jessie's right-hand partner. I mean, you know, still a confiding friend with Woody. But this is perfect. The day that we're presenting this, because the Fire Horse began today, the Fire Horse on Michael Jordan's birthday, the bull, right? And yeah, this was just the last thing I had here, is that the horse character is Bullseye in Toy Story. He's a nonverbal, he or she, I don't know, a nonverbal character. Although a plush toy, Bullseye behaves like a puppy. There's your dog symbolism. Behaves like a puppy and is deeply affectionate towards Woody and Jessie. What was the other thing that we were joking about tonight. The Red Rocket, Woody.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You guys get it?
Yeah.
You know.
No. It is. They definitely are conscious of that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that in there with MVP's presentation tonight, and obviously everything that you did tonight as well, Rambo. I mean, this movie, like the date we talked about, Michael Jordan, the Bull, Bullseye, Jesse Jackson, the hot dog. It's all in this movie. It's all right there. So just things to keep an eye out for as we get closer to June 19th.
Yeah. So so the World Cup will be going on at this time. So I just
okay.
So I know that Cody has talked about this because I told him about Andy Roberts being the captain of Scotland, and Scotland will be playing that day. That's Cody's team. Scotland is Cody's team in the World Cup. They will be playing on Cody's birthday, and the captain has Cody's last name, Andy Roberts. So this is a big day for ice. Maybe Cody and have an organic coding with this. Scotland is playing on this day. He's noted that they're playing against Morocco. But another game on June 19th is United States versus Australia. I think that will. I'm sure there's some kind of name, but I really feel that game will tie into this somewhere. And I think underdog might be the theme. Australia wears green and yellow. I think Australia will upset the United States.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first. You heard it here first.
They're playing on June 19th. You just brought up the dog theme. And I remember I brought up the hot dog when I first talked about the green and yellow Subway sandwich thing. Yeah. But underdog USA, because USA is at home. They're playing Australia. Australia wears green and yellow. That's my prediction. Upset.
Well, Australia flag also is the red, white, and blue. You said so they're playing in Australia?
No, the United States is hosting the World Cup.
Oh, got it. Yeah, in the United States, right?
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the
hot dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the reasons the United States is such a favorite is because they're at home. And Australia is really not that good a team. United States is expected to win that game. They're at home. But I'm looking at the dog symbolism and the green and yellow. And you brought up June 19th, and I looked at the schedule. That game is on June 19th, United States versus Australia.
That's wild. Yeah, I can come up with a bunch more darts symbolism, darts connections. That a lot of the stuff that you talk about brings something up with darts in my head. And I forgot to mention during the Frank Zappa slide, his initials being 626. The World Series of Darts is coming to Madison Square Garden, New York City. Sounds like that'll be
funny. That's funny you say that, because in the NFL this year, who was the quarterback that was most popular in New York? Jackson Dart.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
forgot about him.
Something to think about.
Another Jackson too.
Oh
Jackson, yeah, Jackson Pollock, Jackson Dart.
There you go.
Hey, I didn't even get the Pollock thing with the Jackson. That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, if you don't mind putting my screen up real quick there, AJ.
Yeah, we do gotta wrap this up, brother. I mean, I gotta get up. So, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just that there was a restaurant in my neighborhood called the Red Horse that caught fire on January 6th.
Oh, okay. Huh. The Red Horse. That was this year?
Yeah, that was just about a month ago. And Cody was just talking about the Red Horse and Fire Horse.
Yep. No, that's a good one for sure. Interesting. Early morning fire.
Yeah, it does kind of tie into the Mars, because it's January 6th. I don't have the date it happened. I see that's when the article was, but that's the 1/6. Remember the January 6th Capitol?
Yeah, the insurrection. Yeah.
That had to do with like Civil War. The Civil War was overseen by the 16th president, 1/6, Abraham Lincoln. I can go into tarot. The tarot card that represents Mars is the Tower, which is the 16th card. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president. So 1/6 is a big red Mars kind of war. So that date is interesting. And the red.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes me think of just like riots and fire, you know. Chariots of Fire.
Yep.
Yeah, but man, did we cover a lot of ground? We're coming up right at that 4-hour mark. That's a rarity.
Yeah,
I know
sorry
we've
to
had
drag
some
it
late
on so
ones,
late.
but oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. All great stuff. It allowed for me to kind of add an additional kind of part 2 really quick. Just keep an eye out for Toy Story 5. Because even Cody mentioned he it was quick, but he did emphasize the number 5. I don't remember exactly at what point in his connections were, but it's just funny because, you know, him of all people with the June 19th birthday. Yep. Dogs, Jesse, Bullseye, and Woody, of course. Can't forget about the Red Rockets.
Yep, absolutely.
There you go. But yeah, let's close it out. Hey, just a final closeout for you, MVP. I did pin it on the chat. Let's see if I can find it in the comments again. Here we go. Yeah, you guys can find MVP's work on patreon.com/MVP23. It is not a gambling Patreon.
Well, it kind of is. It kind of is. Basically, what happened to me was I didn't really get anything out of using Gematria for betting, but what I did do was develop a way to make models in Google Sheets that can show you actual profit and loss of basically I saw a movie called Owning Mahoney with Philip Seymour Hoffman, and he's playing a real life, it's a true story of a Canadian bank employee who embezzled millions of dollars to, I think it was over $10 million to support his gambling addiction, which was primarily betting on baseball. And there's a scene in the movie where the bookie calls him while he's at work, and he's like, I don't really have time to make picks right now, but just give me all the home teams in the National League and all the away teams in the American League, maximum $1,000 per pick. And I was like, that is crazy reckless. I can't imagine what that would look like on paper. So I basically built spreadsheets that show what it would look like to do that, taking all the home teams every day, take all the away teams every day, take all the favorites every day, take all the underdogs every day. And I built these spreadsheets that show the profit and loss like a stock chart throughout the entire season of all sports. It doesn't matter what sport it is. I can punch it into my sheets, and as long as I have the odds data for the closing lines, money lines, who's going to win or lose the game, I project what that looks like as profit or loss over the course of an entire season. So if you ever looked at the standings or the rankings or whatever of a league, and you want to maybe gain insights on betting on that, I can show you what it would have looked like to do that. If you, what's called paper betting, you don't actually bet money, but you track it as if you did against the odds. And what the odds are is basically an exchange rate. It's a price. So if it's minus 100, that's even money. So if you're betting $100, you're going to win $100. If it's minus 110, you have to bet 110 to win 100. If it's like minus 386, you have to spend 386 to win $100. So it tracks all of those hypothetical circumstances for money against odds for the entire season or just a week or a month, whatever you want to see. I can also pull up a team. Like somebody the other day wanted to see the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're like, I want to see what this looks like because they're losing some key games. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Here you go. Look at it. I can do that for any team.
Very knowledgeable page. Absolutely. So make sure to go check out MVP23. You can find his Patreon at patreon.com/MVP23. Very simple, very easy to remember. So we appreciate you jumping on with us tonight, man. Seriously. It's
I
been a
appreciate
pleasure.
you having me. And I'm sorry I drug it on and maybe I rambled too much.
No, you're good. You know, it's there's always more to talk about. You know what I mean? So, Rambo, my man.
Yeah. Thanks again for putting it together. I say it every week. I know Cody's not here. Thank him, but thank you to all the viewers, even whether they commented or not, and those who did participate in the chat. And thank you, MVP, for showing up and sharing your knowledge and expanding on my work. And thank you for the encouragement and sincere compliments that you gave me. It does make my work feel fulfilling, that it is resonating. So I appreciate that. And yeah, again, thank you, like I do every week with you, AJ, for putting this together and sharing your knowledge too. And see you next week for another great show.
Always. Yep. Just final reminder, you guys, $5 a month with Rambo's Patreon.com/the truth code, spelled out exactly as it is, and you will get all of Rambo's content. He does do some free content, and he is kind enough sometimes to to share some small little previews of what he's working on. So I mean, it's the best $5 a month you'll ever spend, you guys. I can promise all of you, you're spending $5 a day on something that you don't need.
Thank you.
So trust me, that the $5 is going to go a long way. Just give him a shot. We really appreciate you, Rambo. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Most
I mean,
insightful entertainment.
Yeah, no, seriously, like we said earlier, right? Like it's the knowledge that is truly the most priceless. And it's always up, if you do have the prerogative to bet and take the knowledge and make decisions, that's your decision to do it. I think all of our Patreons, right, are essentially to just provide knowledge and information. And at the end of the day, if you do want to bet, we don't, promote gambling. Right. It's just a matter of providing information up front for people can make more educated decisions outside of, oh, well, this player plays better against this player. Like we know that it doesn't work that way.
Right. Typically, the legal approach is that you need to approach this as educational publishing for educational and entertainment purposes. It can't be presented as financial advice or you get yourself into hot water real quick.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think most people that sign up for our respective Patreons, I understand that. There might be a revolving door of people that don't look at it that way, but to each their own. Thank you, Olivia, for the compliment. Really appreciate it. Speaking of KODI, just a reminder for folks out there. I mean, KODI puts a lot of sacrifices into being a part of this show every week, just because of where he is located. Throughout the world, he is several hours ahead of us. So he's getting up in the wee hours of the night or the morning to join us. So I just want to do a final shout out to KODI. Thank you again for joining. You guys can find all of his work on his YouTube channel at Decoding with KODI 589. Please make sure that you guys subscribe to his channel. You guys can also financially support him at buymeacoffee.com/decoding with KODI. He doesn't have a Patreon of his own or anything like that, but he always appreciates a donation, if you guys have it available. And in closing, my name is AJ, Balll Don't Lie, 3 L's in Ball. You guys can find all of my content here on YouTube where we're streaming tonight, as well as on my Instagram page. Please make sure to give me a like and a sub. Always appreciated. We do this for you guys. I have my own Patreon as well. It's patreon.com/onthemoneyball. 2 L's in Ball with that one. And those are picks, right? Those are my honest leans. And hey, I'll be the first to say I'm not perfect, but I got a better hit rate than most out there, I would say. I don't want to sound cocky, but I always put in that additional insight as well. Just because the numbers line up doesn't necessarily mean that's how it's going to play. So I do my best to give that insight. But also, I've written 11 books now over the last 6 years. Most of these are mini books. They're short reads, a lot of visuals, very educational. These are just some screenshots of those covers. Please feel free to send me an email at wordplaybook, 3 O's in book @gmail.com, and I will happily send you any of these books or all of them for free. It's all about getting the knowledge out there. And I think that's why. What was that?
He sent them to me.
Did I?
Yeah, you sent me all 11 of your books.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. So, no, I appreciate your support, MVP. Seriously. I mean, that this is what makes this particular collab and panel so educational, so fun, right? Because we're all bringing different insight to the table, and it always makes the codes, the alignments, the patterns, the predictions, etc. so much more fruitful. And honestly, like Rambo is in like half of these books I've written, just with things that I'll share with him one thing, and it takes me down a whole path. He always challenges me to think more critically, think beyond the numbers, because if you focus on the colors, the symbolism, the trends, what's going on in the news, how it aligns with all those things, you know, the numbers are always going to follow every single time.
Yep.
You know, so I started the other way. Oh, all these number alignments. And it was like, well, yeah, obviously, because of all these things that were right in front of my face all along. So shout out to you again, always, Rambo. It's such a blessing to have you in our corner every single week. And MVP, so glad to have you back. It was a true blessing again. And we'll close it out there. Another episode. Wow, over 4 hours, eye to eye with AJ Rambo, KODI, and MVP 23 on Michael Jordan's birthday. How about them apples?
Amazing. How about them apples?
All right, you guys. Well, until next time, we'll see you next week. On to the next one.
Take care.
Take care.
Grim bloke. Yeah. And then, yeah, bruv. Yeah. You bruv. In it. Grim bloke. Let me tell you about this one time. I went through a porthole and snuck into the North Pole and got picked up in a Hyperborean DeLorean. They said they knew I was a Webster Merriam historian, mastered a numerical Gregorian, the hysterical mystic, no more than a Pythagorean, conspiracy theory Therium in the etheric fear realm. I thought they were gonna take me to the crematorium in their Hyperborean DeLorean. Tested me on my Sumerian, Shakespearean, knew I was a numerical vegetarian, Aquarian, that I knew about the Tartarians, barbarians, Mars radium, aliens. Salt of the earth, solution Selenian. Spent the night in a Hyperborean chamber. I looked around and thought, bruv, who hired the painter? Hyperborean memoriam, auditorium, all cause I got picked up in the Hyperborean DeLorean. Introducing